but that because he was gay, that made people uncomfortable. Because once again, it fits in with my point about she always goes back to identity politics and then blames voters' biases and prejudices for her own personal flailings and failings. Oh, yeah, no, I never. In fact, remember this? We played the soundbite yesterday in which Rachel Maddow, in which he asked her, in which Rachel Maddow asked Kamala Harris, now about this, about you not choosing Pete Buttigieg because he was gay, and she leans back and says, "Oh no, I didn't say that," and then the word salad starts, and it really was the way I interpreted it was, I did not pick him because he was gay. The fact that he was gay made it complicated and uncomfortable. Not for me, but for those voters. It's unbelievable. So you think that what goes on here in terms of letting criminals go is just us? A man that attacked a protester for burning the Koran outside of the Turkish consulate in London got a suspended sentence instead of prison. Now, maybe that's legitimate or not, but doesn't it seem to me that there's a two-tier justice system in the United Kingdom? Because they're handing out draconian prison sentences to people who simply say things on social media that offends other people. It's insanity, utter insanity. But I guess I should be used to it.
That's pretty much all I got.
Ladies and gentlemen, Elvis has left the building.
See you next time, Brownie.
Follow Michael Brown at Michael Brown USA. And stay connected with all of us at 630 KHOW, KHOW.com, and on the iHeartRadio app. Tom Martino is next on Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
When you need home repairs, don't let it ruin your day. There's no need to worry, Plumbline's on the way. From heating and cooling to plumbing to electrical problems, we'll fix it for you. Plumbline, the name you can trust. Plumbline, you can count on us. Service at home, service at heart. Plumbline Services.
Fall is a great time to plant trees during the Tree Farm's 50-cent tree sale. Buy the first tree at regular price and get a second tree for only 50 cents. Choose from thousands of shade trees, flowering trees, evergreen trees, and more. Buy one 8 to 10 foot tall aspen clump for $359.50 and mix or match a second tree for 50 cents. That's 2 trees for $360. The Tree Farm's 50-cent tree sale.
I-25 to exit 235, then 5 miles west to the Tree Farm.
Hi folks, Dan Cicchini, Done Right Home Improvements. My wife Susan and I started Done Right in our garage in 1985, doing a little of everything. We've grown to be one of the largest companies of our kind in Colorado, specializing in kitchens, baths, counters, floors, finished basements, and windows and doors. Serving Colorado 40 years. And what an adventure it's been. We've learned that the fundamentals of a successful business never change. That is, treat people like you want to be treated, do good work, price fairly, and back up what you say. That's our success formula. Here's our son Todd.
That's right, Dad. Been hearing that my whole life from you and Mom. Folks, whether it's a first-class kitchen renovation, an awesome turnkey bathroom remodel, a full-service basement finish for some extra space, or replacement windows and doors that will wow you, give us a call. With an 8% scheduling incentive and bank financing to ask about, now couldn't be a better time.
Kitchens, baths, counters, and floors, finished basements, windows, and doors. You have our word. We'll treat you right at Done Right. Call us to reserve your spot in our schedule. 303-722-2295, 800-362-8370, or drhi.com.
Do you know what you will never hear when using Frank Duran, the real estate man?
No gimmicks, no fluff, and no play on words. Your best interest is what's important to me.
That's Frank, and he guarantees results.
I back you up with a true written performance guarantee.
Backed by a team of experts, but he oversees every deal.
I'm with you every step of the way.
Frank Duran, therealestateman.com, 303-920-1622 with RE/MAX Alliance.
Don't trust your biggest financial investment with just anyone.
Fall is here, and it's the perfect time to sharpen your skills at Triple J Armory. With 2 convenient locations, Littleton and Colorado Springs, we've got everything you need. A state-of-the-art indoor shooting range, expert training classes, and one of Colorado's best firearms selections. Whether you're a first-time shooter or a seasoned pro, our team is here to help you exercise your Second Amendment rights with confidence. Triple J Armory, Littleton and Colorado Springs. 2 locations, 1 mission. To keep Colorado armed, trained, and ready. Come see us this September.
When you get hit by hail in Colorado, and you will, you better have a roofer on speed dial. I do, and it's Golden Spike Roofing. With over 70 years of combined roofing experience, they've not only seen everything, they've fixed everything. And they're honest, licensed, and insured. So if you get hit with hail, high winds, or know you've got an older roof, call for a free inspection from Golden Spike Roofing. Just call 303-942-1386. That's 303-942-1386, or find them online. GoldenSpikeRoofing.com.
At DiscountBath.com, they take discounts seriously. Like this deal for a complete conversion of that old ugly tub into a beautiful walk-in shower for just $9,888. Get rid of that old shower tub combo and get a beautiful walk-in, custom designed for your preferences. Acrylic walls that mimic stone, lifetime warranty, and no maintenance. Call 720-979-2322 or DiscountBath.com.
This report is sponsored by Staples.
Back to sunshine for your Wednesday. Temperatures today are going to be a little warmer, but still below average in the low 70s, and that wind stays pretty light before we warm up tomorrow. I'm Fox 31, Pinpoint Weather Team meteorologist Kylie Burse.
Your local Staples has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. And right now at Staples, save up to $125 off your print order. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details. Ends 11/1. Plus, save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver, an iHeart radio station. Make us the #1 preset on the free iHeart Radio app. Listen for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
ABC News, I'm Sherry Preston. Senator Ted Cruz calling for violence against ICE officials to end. Multiple fatalities at an immigration detention center in Dallas. 3 people were shot, but they were all detainees. 2 of them killed. Officers described the gunman as a sniper who took his shots from 200 feet away and then took his own life. As for the investigation, acting ICE Director Todd Lyons tells ABC.
Next steps here is obviously identifying that shooter, seeing what his motive was, seeing if he had any support, seeing what, who fronted him, where the weapon came from, and just really trying to figure out what went on in the situation.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky telling the UN General Assembly today that the world is in the midst of the most destructive arms race in history. He also called on the international community to act now against Russia, saying Vladimir Putin wants to expand the war. Jimmy Kimmel back on the air last night following last week's suspension over comments made about Charlie Kirk in the hours after his shooting. This is ABC News. A return to the air last night for Jimmy Kimmel, who was suspended last week following comments about Charlie Kirk.
Jimmy Kimmel back on air overnight, thanking his supporters, including those he doesn't typically agree with politically.
It takes courage for them to speak out against this administration, and they did, and they deserve credit for it. And thanks. For telling your followers that our government cannot be allowed to control what we do and do not say on television, and that we have to stand up to it.
Kimmel tearful at times when discussing the reason he was suspended, his comments about Charlie Kirk's murder.
That's ABC's Lionel Moise. Umpires will officially be getting some tech help next season. Major League Baseball officially approving the automated ball strike system for the big leagues. The new so-called robot umpires will let teams challenge some calls at the plate. The Dow is up 26 points this hour. I'm Sherry Preston, ABC News.
You pledged your life to serve, to make our country stronger, safer, more free, more
YouTube
equal.
morons, how you doing?
Worked tirelessly, made sacrifices, missed first steps and birthdays,
all my
lost
bitches and
loved
hoes.
ones. At VA, we don't see the setbacks endured. We see lessons applied and passion driving you upward and forward. We don't see all the masks you wear, but we hope you can set some aside.
How do you like my disco
We
ball?
embrace your uniqueness and won't trivialize your past, your fears, or your hardships. We can't promise to heal all wounds or wash away all trauma, but we do see hope, a path forward, a future.
It's hard to hear you on YouTube over the station programming.
An opportunity to help you achieve a new mission, whatever that may be. Learn how treatment works and recovery is possible. Visit maketheconnection.net.
KHOW News Time, 10:03.
Technology is being credited for helping find a missing Boulder girl who was the subject of an Amber Alert yesterday. It was issued after police say she was forced into a pickup Monday night. Boulder Police Chief Steve Redfern says the flock safety camera system of license plate readers helped find the girl quickly.
We learned that very shortly after this incident allegedly occurred that the suspect vehicle was seen on a flock camera in Thornton. We were able to get with Thornton PD right away and say, hey, get some cars in this area, start checking.
Police located the girl and the 19-year-old suspected driver in Thornton. The ACLU of Colorado has filed another lawsuit against federal immigration authorities. The lawsuit would force ICE to release documents requested by the ACLU last month. The organization wants information about the agency's plans to increase detention capacity in Colorado and Wyoming. The ACLU sued ICE in April for failing to respond to a previous Freedom of Information Act request.
Remember, keep
that
the mic
lawsuit led to the
close. I'll
release
turn
of
it on when
documents
we're
in
ready.
July. That's the
All
latest. I'm Chad Bauer.
Now, Impact Traffic.
From the Superstar Car Wash Traffic Center.
This report is sponsored by Red Pilled America.
The roads are getting back to normal after a very busy morning commute. Still some slowing on north and southbound I-25 around downtown Denver. There are reports of a hazard on the road on westbound I-70 approaching Colorado Boulevard. Construction on westbound I-270 is causing stop-and-go traffic from I-70 to I-25. Construction also causing backups on both sides of I-25 at Wilcox in Castle Rock. With a look at your traffic, I'm Vita Urbonis.
Why is Hollywood and the media so obsessed with Richard Nixon? This week on Red Pilled America, we're broadcasting our 10-part series on the story of Richard Nixon's life and how his presidency gave rise to what is known today as the Deep State. Listen to Red Pilled America on the iHeartRadio app. That's Red Pilled America.
The biggest headliners in live music shared this stage.
At our 2025 iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One.
Jelly Roll! Hi, this is Ed Sheeran.
Cool
Hi there, this is Bryan Adams. Make some noise for Tate McRae. Hey, I'm Sammy Hagar.
Mariah Carey.
Hey, this is Doodles from The Offspring. We are Maroon 5, good evening. Hey, this is John Fogerty.
It's your girl Glorilla.
The iHeartRadio Music Festival.
Get ready to relive the once-in-a-lifetime moments, starting October 2nd, only on Hulu.
When was your last hearing test? Most people consistently check their eyes, teeth, and even their cholesterol. But decades can go by without people giving any thought to their ears. Here's the problem. Hearing loss often starts slowly, and by the time it's obvious, it's already affecting your brain, relationships, and confidence. Early detection is critical to your overall well-being. So if you honestly can't remember the last time you had your hearing checked, it's time. Visit us at soundrelief.com. That's soundrelief.com.
Do you have a remote cabin or want to live off-grid? Red Rocks Roof and Solar is the only company specializing in these special standalone systems with battery backups and auxiliary generators. With Red Rocks Solar, you get sales, installation, and service. Complete solar. Red Rocks Roof and Solar. Locally owned and operated by a veteran. Honesty and integrity. 303-704-2449. 704-2449. RedRocksRS.com.
When joining the conversation becomes difficult, use the talkback feature on the iHeartRadio app. Just tap, record, and send, all within the app.
Get out there and be heard.
To Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Ripped off.
What's that? I just got a new riff mixed up with
You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
You know, after 50 years of broadcasting and being in the business, it's hard to come up with a unique way to start my show. So I'll just say, hey, I'm happy to be here. Honest to God, so happy to be here. Of course, this year will go down as my year that I battled cancer, from my diagnosis January 2nd through my end of chemo in August. Wow. hey, I don't want to bring it down, or I just want to say there's always hope and encouragement. So if you need any help on that, you call me. In fact, my private line here, I swear to you, people don't believe me. It goes right to my cell phone. So if you're going through a battle, you need some help, you give me a call. So in addition to consumer problems, questions, and complaints, I want to be your support structure. You know, so here's the text line that I get 24/7, 747-999-5280, 747-999-5280. Not sure why I started out that way, but I guess I'm just feeling a bit of gratitude as we come up. This time of year I love this time of year. And it makes me quite emotional because I grow a year older every September. Today, if you're streaming, you see a wide shot here. And I have Brad O'Brien Legal Services. He's a real estate attorney. You know, real estate is something that used to be a once-in-a-lifetime transaction. Maybe twice. Really think about it. Real estate, you'd buy a house and you'd live in it. That was it. Or, you know, you made an investment maybe once or twice. Real estate has become so regular as part of our lives. I'll bet you that people, how many homes would they have in a lifetime? It used to be we had one or two. How many homes do you think people have in a lifetime? So Brad O'Brien, welcome to the show. Anything new in real estate or real estate law? And of course, I'll go right to the phones. You guys all have priority at 303-MARTINO, 303-627-8466. You can also call me at 303-713-TALK, which is the local iHeart number. And so go ahead. Tell me what is new in real estate. Brad O'Brien.
Well, Tom, I help people buy and sell real estate and also do leases. And what I'm seeing now is that the leverage that sellers had in the market has been declining and buyer leverage is increasing, although it seems like people are kind of waiting to see what is going to happen before. I think the transactions have come down a little bit.
You know what's weird? Frank Duran, the realestateman.com, he was on my show the other day, and he showed me trend lines. And what it showed was closed transactions, whether buying or selling, and then homes listed, right? And which is inventory. And inventory fluctuated high and low and everything in between. But we have consistently had the same number of transactions consistently for the last 20 years. It's amazing. For the last 20 years, we've had a consistent buy-sell market. When I saw that line, I couldn't believe it. He said, look how the real estate market has changed. So he's showing me the inventory levels. And yes, the inventories have been high. The inventory, that's the amount of homes for sale, right? The inventory, what can you buy? And they've been up, they've been down, but the buy rate, the closed transactions have been so steady in this state. It is unbelievable. Even through the Great Recession, even through COVID, the amount of buying and selling has remained consistent. Does that surprise you at all? It surprised the heck out of me.
I don't know. But houses are so expensive now that you see friends going in to buy houses together. And that's a trend we've seen for several years since the.
Oh, really?
Because one income just doesn't cut it anymore to buy a house. So it's important to have like a tenants in common agreement, some written agreement between co-owners that are not married to each other.
I see. So they have been. That's a good idea. They're saying, look, we need a place to live. I've been renting. You've been renting. Let's put our money together and buy something.
Yep. And inevitably, one of those two co-owners who are just friends wants to sell or move on. And so
it's really important they have a solid agreement.
Yeah. Otherwise, you land in court.
Is it a partnership agreement, an LLC, or what?
No, tenants in common agreement is not a joint venture or a partnership agreement. It's just a written agreement about how the property is going to be used and managed and sold if somebody wants to sell.
And tenants in common mean that you each own your half.
That's right. Your half is separate. There's no right of survivorship in either of them.
Okay, so in other words, you own what you own. When you die, your estate gets your half.
That's right.
Whereas joint tenancy is like what married couples would do. When you die, your half goes to the other person.
That's right.
Okay. And of course, we have our deputy standing by. Deputy D is here as always. And Deputy D, I just turned that off because when the kitty was over there on your mic, it was making noise. So anyway, welcome to the show. Let's go to Ron. Ron wants to talk about Xfinity. If you have real estate questions, problems, complaints, Brad O'Brien is here. It'd be a good time to talk about it. And I'd like to talk about a few things that Deputy D talked about that just blew me away. You know, I have Wave 8 Wealth Management, my investment company where we help people with their money and their nest eggs, and we take that very seriously. And there's always theories that go around about markets and leading indicators, lagging indicators. You know, the whole idea is trying to predict what's going to happen, or at least get a feel for what's going to happen, so you know what sectors to invest in or what sectors to run from. And again, we don't do day trading or flipping. We don't churn, but still, it's good to know what is on the forefront, what's coming. And he mentioned something, and my ears perked up, and I said, "What did you just say?" And he said, "Oh, I have a thing that I do that kind of tells me where the economy's going." And when you hear it, it'll blow you away. I promise you, it'll blow you away. We'll talk about that coming up. Right now, Ron wants to talk about Xfinity. So, Ron, take it away. What's going on?
Morning. Good to talk to you.
Yes, sir.
To make a short story
long,
we'll start with the problem because I know you like to do that. My wife paid cash for a 16 phone at Xfinity. She went to return it, finally ended up in Texas, and we can't get anywhere now.
Wait.
They have our money and our phone.
She paid cash for a cell phone, for a smartphone?
Yes.
And what kind was it?
What kind was it?
Just curious.
Apple.
Okay.
Apple iPhone.
Then what happened? How did they get it back, and why do they have it, and why do you have nothing? I mean, tell me the story. You prior to this phone, did you have Xfinity service?
We did, yes. I have a 7. I'm perfectly happy with it.
Mm-hmm.
I make a call, get a call.
When did she buy the smartphone?
Anyway,
when did she buy it?
On August 18th, and she returned it August 29th.
Okay. Now, why did she return it?
I wasn't real happy with it.
And so she returned it. What was the return policy? Ron, let me explain something. And I love this guy. He comes on, he told us the problem. He went right to the problem. They have our phone, and they have our money. And as you said, Ron, that's exactly what I like. But now I need some details. So your wife, did she take part in any kind of special promotion, or did she just need a new phone?
Yes, she wanted me to have a newer phone.
Okay, so she wanted a new phone. Was it part of any kind of special promotion, or did she just go to Xfinity and buy a new phone?
She just went to Xfinity and we bought the phone.
Okay. Now, she had the phone for just a few weeks and returned it. Why?
Because I really didn't want it.
Did she buy it for you?
Yes.
Okay, now I get it. So what was the return policy? Because basically, when you buy something, it's yours, and you don't always have the right to return it. Or did they have a free look? Did they have a guarantee, return? What was the policy for Xfinity? Many times when you buy a phone, you buy it, and you don't have a right to return it. So tell me why you thought you could return it.
They have a 14-day return policy.
Okay,
I
got
realize
it.
Part of this is our fault.
No.
I think part of the
Did she
problem
return
is
it within
because
the?
they
Did she return it within the 14 days?
Yes. And everything was fine here in Denver after she was told to go eventually to the parent store, and they said no problem. Well, they printed out a return label. She took it to FedEx.
Yes.
She took pictures. She's got the paperwork, and we called.
So she
Texas
couldn't just return it at the store. She had to send it somewhere.
No, correct. They would not take it, but they said no problem. Send it to the main office in Texas.
Okay, so the local Xfinity store printed out a label for her.
Yes.
And she sent it, and what's the hang-up? Why aren't you getting a refund?
When we called down there, they said they have to, we keep getting this word, we have to assess this.
I don't get it. I don't get it. I mean, this sounds like such a simple problem. Do you want to say something? I mean,
Tom, something that Ron began to say and then stopped
here
is, Ron, your exact words were, it was partly our fault, but then I didn't hear anything after that. So can you please address that statement you made?
Yes, he did say that. Well, how was it seems to me that if you bought a phone, there was a 14-day look and see window, you got a return label and sent it back. What are they assessing? And again, what Deputy D asked, why do you think it's partially your fault? We'll come back to that and more coming up. I'm Tom Martino, and I love talking about Water Pros, the best water systems at the lowest prices, bar none. 303-862-5554. When I say bar none, you will never find systems for lower prices that do such a great job. Waterpros.net.
Yep.
Hi, I'm Gary Bell of the law firm of Bell & Pollock. Involved in a car crash?
This is so odd to me
you should
because
always
it
call
doesn't
the police.
sound-
If you
it
want to
sounds
know
like
why, then listen to our
there
Bell &
shouldn't be a big
Pollock
problem.
Legal Injury
The
Hub
reason-
podcast on your
somehow,
favorite platform.
I got to ice. theartofgranite.com. You know what it means? It means countertops. The name says granite, but they do natural stone of any kind and all man-made materials, and they give prices on the phone. Here's how it works. You call theartofgranite.com. You call them right now, all right? And the number is 303-386-5919. You tell them your square footage, what you want, maybe a cell phone pic, and then they give you a price. If you like it, they come and measure and template at your house. Still, you're not obligated. Then you make your decision. They'll fabricate and then install the new counters in about 3 or 4 weeks after that. So it's a quick process. You can have them by Thanksgiving. And listen to this. Tear out and haul away is always free. Theartofgranite.com. Get your price right now. 303-386-5919. I love talking about excellent companies. That's why I love talking about Excel Roofing. In fact, I think Brad O'Brien just said he had his roof done. Was it a good experience, Brad?
Absolutely fantastic experience.
It is, isn't it?
They were proposing how to build it back better than I had before, and none of the other contractors who came out for estimates was doing that.
And this is a real testimony. And this is Brad O'Brien. He used Excel Roofing. They put a project manager on your job from beginning to end. You have one point of contact. They do excellent work. That's why they're called Excel. And you don't pay a cent until you're content. That's excelroofing.com. I love these people. The first roofer on my referral list at referrallist.com, 303-761-6400. Now let's talk about a seminar coming up this weekend in just a few days on Saturday. I'll be there along with Barry Miller. I want you to be there. I want you to find out about being a landlord. Today is our real estate day. We can talk about it. And what being a landlord means is you own the property, and they help you in every step of the way in a market that's been proven hot. And they've done this over and over. Your hold time is anywhere from 1 to 3 years. Find out more. Go to mybiggestruturn.com to sign up for this weekend and say hi to me. Okay? mybiggestruturn.com.
The best deal is a short drive from Denver.
Thank you. I got to stop sniffing in the mic. I know, YouTube morons, I'm sorry.
It'll probably end one day. Theoretically.
Insulting is on YouTube is allowed.
Oh.
Yep, it's totally allowed. Now, I sometimes forget to switch my camera back and forth. And people get the old shot. Yeah, we have fun. Now let's see. Who is this about? Okay, this is one of my Trump haters. They always seem to want to. They think I don't give a shit. I mean, basically, I don't like politicians at all. I don't care who they are. Period. I don't like them. Who would be a good president? Let's talk about that. Who would be a good president? I mean, huh?
You mean after Trump?
You just in general, who's good presidential material?
Stephen K. Bannon.
Huh?
Stephen K. Bannon.
Really? Damn.
Constitution we have today.
I'm Tom Martino. Welcome to the show. Today we're talking a little real estate, something else. Now, Ron, okay, we got it. His wife bought a cell phone for him on a 14-day free look and see. Then he sent it back. They didn't like it. Now Xfinity says we have to analyze this. I have no idea what's going on. So can you spread any light on it? Why do they just not process this as a refund? What is the phone damaged? Are we not hearing something?
No, I didn't use it at all. She's got pictures of the phone when she took it to FedEx, and it was a box within a box and wrapped up, and they acknowledged they got the phone. And every time my wife calls down there, they said, we'll get with the warehouse. They put her on hold.
Are they claiming they didn't get it, maybe? Are they saying they didn't receive it?
No, they said they got it, and it's in their warehouse. My wife asked, well, can we talk to the warehouse? And they say, no, we don't give that number out.
All right, so you, as deputy
when
D.
she called,
So, Ron, so what was the part that you said it may be partly our fault?
Yeah, what is that about?
probably we shouldn't have paid cash. put that kind of outlay for that. They tried to talk us into their plan where you
but still, if there's a 14-day look and see, they should just give your money back. I mean, I just don't I guess I'm befuddled.
How long has it been since they received the phone?
He sent it back in August, in late August.
Well, sent it back.
August 29th,
So-
and they get
Sent it back August 29th.
Yeah, and when did they receive it?
Well, probably within a day or so. I mean, what does that matter? It's September 24th.
They have to unpack the box. It goes to a huge warehouse in Texas. They have to unpack all these
Are
boxes.
you saying it's
scan
in
them,
process? You should just wait.
Yeah, it hasn't been that long.
How long do they say normally it would take to get a refund? Do you know? I want Deputy D. I want Deputy D to call right now. I'm dying of curiosity. Now, do you have a point of contact, Ron?
Yes, I do. It's a 1-800 number.
Oh, God.
And
No,
when
they
you
won't
call,
talk to
do you
me.
have some kind of return authorization number or anything like that?
Do you have an authorization number? I don't think so.
Okay. When you sent it back, there was a return authorization on the. Did she have a copy of the label?
With a tracking, with a tracking number.
Yeah.
Yes, she does.
Okay, good.
Yes.
Hold on, Deputy D.
Yeah.
We got to figure out what's going on. I mean,
I think I already figured it out, Tom. I mean, they just received it 3 weeks ago.
In other words, what you're saying is, give them a chance.
Give them
You're
a
going to
couple
get your
more
refund.
weeks. Look, it's a huge warehouse that processes God knows how many thousands of returns. They have to not only receive it, open the box, scan the thing, examine it to make sure it's not scratched, make sure it's the same thing they originally sold, Ron. I think it's too soon to start worrying about this.
I guess I should ask Ron straight up. What do you want? Are you thinking you're not going to get a refund? Are you thinking it's taking too long? What is your basic reason for calling today? Did you get any indication they would not do it? Because when they said that it's at the warehouse, what did they say? They were analyzing it or
It has
something?
to be received.
Or
like it has to be processed.
Ron?
Their words were that we have to assess the situation.
Okay. I guess they have to look at the phone and
if
make
we
sure.
have to wait longer, that's fine.
I think what we're going to do, I put Dee's name down on this, and I think we give it really another week or two. I think Dee, you kind of summarized it. They just got it at the end of the month, and it hasn't even been a month yet.
Yeah, and we also had a holiday weekend during this time.
Yeah.
So now, Ron, I have a wonderful contact deep within Xfinity. And this guy's going to spring into action if we need to ask for his help. But let's give the warehouse a couple more weeks to get their act together and process your return. If that doesn't happen, please call us again, and I guarantee you I'll follow up with our contact within Xfinity.
Yeah. I think that we're probably jumping the gun here. So let's do that. 303-713-8255. Brad O'Brien, I do have a text here. Someone is a landlord, and they say, I don't know what this means. What is the cutoff on the number of tenants for these new landlord-tenant laws? Is it for certain big landlords only? Or you know how sometimes with employment law, if you have 25 employees or more or something, they want to know if they're just a single property landlord, are they required to follow all of these tenant landlord laws?
Yes, because it's really viewed from the other direction. Each tenant has these rights, these protections. And so it doesn't matter if it's a 3 unit or a 100 unit.
And so what are some of the biggest changes in tenant landlord relationships in Colorado right now?
Well, just last year, a huge one, which was tenants who've been there for a year now have the right to a renewal unless the landlord has a just cause, like they want to sell or they want to renovate or they want to move back in themselves as the landlord.
And is it just cause my son is coming home from college or graduated and I want my son to live there?
Yes, that does fit. The landlord wants to move back because that includes the landlord's immediate family.
Okay, but if they simply don't like the tenant, That's not a reason.
No, no longer can a landlord just not renew somebody because they rubbed them the wrong way.
Okay. So if somebody's a pain in the ass, you have to have a reason to get rid of them.
Yep. So the moral is for landlords, pick the tenants right from the beginning.
Right. Or I heard there's some other tricks, and I hate to call them tricks, legal maneuvering.
Workarounds.
Well, good word, D.
Mm-hmm.
A workaround, like maybe make it less than a year.
Yes, you can do an 11-month lease, and then that gives you some time on the first year. After they've renewed into the second year, might as well do a 12-month.
Why is that?
Because once they've been there for 12 months total, then they have these rights that kick in.
Okay, so it's for the first year. If you made it less than a year, you don't have to abide by the just cause.
Yeah, and I have to say, landlords cannot discriminate against protected classes. When I said pick your tenant right, I mean good income, legitimate reasons for
obviously
discriminating.
No, I know what you mean. Discrimination based on income, credit scores, and all that. You can't do illegal discrimination.
That's right.
Right. Okay. So if you have any questions, give us a call, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. You can also text me. Again, I'm going to give you that number. It comes right to my cell phone, and I'll read it right here if you have a question for Brad O'Brien. And that's 747-999-5280. Fix it 24/7. You feel a little cold right now? They're still doing that $39 refurbishment of your furnace. That means they take it apart to the extent they can, clean each and every nook and cranny, adding life and efficiency, and you should do it. It's Fix It 24/7, 720-526-3939, just $39.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino now. Dan Kaplis today at 4, 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
From the Superstar Car Wash Traffic Center.
This report is sponsored by Our American Stories.
Here's a look at the roads out there right now. There's a medical emergency blocking the eastbound C470 off-ramp to Kendrick Castillo Parkway. Still some slowing on southbound I-25 around downtown Denver. There's a stalled car on southbound I-25 around Downing. Be on the lookout for safety patrol. And both north and southbound I-25 are experiencing delays from Wilcox in Castle Rock due to construction. With a look at traffic, I'm Betta Urbonis.
This is Lee Habib, host of Our American Stories. On our next episode, we'll share the story of how Star Wars came to be and came to dominate pop culture. You won't want to miss the next episode of Our American Stories.
This website is genuine. GreatWesternBuildings.com. It's a true factory direct to consumers, and the factory is 120,000 square feet in Grand Junction, employing 150 Coloradans, including engineers licensed in every state. They have 100% American steel, and it's lifetime warranty on the steel and 40-year warranty on the finishes. Why am I telling you all this? Because so many steel building people and salespeople say, oh, they're sitting at the factory and they just happen to have a building that wasn't picked up and you can get a special deal, and they come on with all kinds of lies. This is an industry that's filled with liars, and I'm telling you, I am so happy to represent GreatWesternBuildings.com, the people who truly do direct to consumers with, and I'm telling you, with a great reputation. 303-495-5701.
How about that?
Carmen, Xfinity. Oh, we have a follow-up, Dimitri Carmen. Oh, that's not, okay. That's another one. September 18th. Oh, there she is. Okay, I'll do that.
Anything I can throw at it for as long as I can imagine.
Well, that's a new thing now, etching messages on bullets, the shell casings. There was a shooting in Texas at the, yeah.
Yeah, you can't. Yeah, that's pretty much irrefutable proof.
I'm sure the act of doing that goes back to cannonballs, but yeah, it's
Which one? Oh, Mark.
Because remember, they used to write on the V2 missiles, "Hey, Hitler, catch." Oh man, a bunch of people with the Manhattan Project signed the Hiroshima bomb.
No, they didn't.
What are your news sources? Kukla, Fran, and Ollie, where do you get information? And not that Kukla, Fran, and Ollie wasn't awesome. Although you're a little older, so maybe Sherry Lewis.
I remember Kukla, Fran, and Ollie. Sherry Lewis was her name. Sherry Lewis.
Well, but she was with Lamb Chop. Kukla, Fran, and Ollie was a different thing.
Oh, I thought they were part of her repertoire of characters. Really? Are you sure?
Ask your boyfriend. Burr Tillstrom was the creator of that show. Burr Tillstrom.
You just looked at it and found it, right? Good.
But yeah, a bunch of signatures from a bunch of eggheads on the Hiroshima bomb. Hey, Hirohito, catch.
Get John Fuller on your side. Call Fuller.com.
Tom Martino here. Welcome. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Deputy Dimitri has a follow-up on a case he was working on anyway. Bottom line is Carmen, I think it was. She, on July 7th, called Xfinity. She wanted to prepare for her trip to Europe, and she wanted an international global pass. This is so she's not charged roaming charges. They told her the global plan was included in her current plan, and she didn't need a special plan. So she racked up $1,500 in charges, and she's disputing it because she said, wait a minute, I was supposed to have a global plan. What went wrong?
Yeah. Well, it turns out she actually did find out what went wrong. So the rep that she spoke with when she called to add this, roaming plan to her phone service said, "Oh, you already have it. It's part of the package."
Yeah.
She says, "Well, that's great. So I don't need to add it." So she packed up, went to Europe, came back to get a $1,500 roaming bill. And then to make matters even worse, Xfinity just zapped it right out of her bank account without asking her first. So she called us for help. Now, prior to calling us for help, she actually started with Infinity, and Infinity said, that told her that they actually pulled the audio recording of that phone call with the rep.
Really?
And Infinity said, it's true, the rep mistakenly told you that this roaming plan is already included in your phone service.
So the Xfinity agreed that she was misled.
Yeah, that the rep made a mistake.
Right.
And so she said, okay, thanks for acknowledging that. May I get a refund? And then they said, okay, and I'm paraphrasing, but they said, okay, we'll start the refund and then the refund process. And then the refund never comes. So she calls again. They go through that process again, tell her that they're going to start the refund process. And of course it doesn't. So she's been stuck in this weird loop where they acknowledge the mistake, but they won't give her back her money. So that's when she called us and we told her that will help. So a couple of days ago, I was lucky enough to develop a really high quality contact, very deep inside Infinity, and described the problem to this dude. He called Carmen to kind of verify the story, see, when the calls took place. And he said, hey, I'll take on the project. I'll get this done. And that was, what's today? Today is Wednesday. No, today's Tuesday, right? What is today? Wednesday, Tom. I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
So that was on Monday. So yesterday, last night, Tuesday night, Carmen emailed me. She said she forwarded me an email from customer service at Xfinity. Says, your refund is right here. They already credited her.
They did.
Yeah, I don't know if they credited her bank account or what.
Guess what I'm going to do to you right now? I'm going to pull out my dinger and
great.
There you go.
Oh, thank you. So anyway,
I like using that.
So if our last caller, Ron, still doesn't get his refund for the phone he sent to Xfinity.
You have this contact now.
Yeah. We have a really great contact inside Infinity. This guy's very
we got to put that on our angel list.
Oh, yeah.
All right. So as you just heard, we had success there, and you can call us with your problems, questions, or complaints, and you can have success as well. So someone wants to know if a just cause can be used in the middle of a lease, not waiting for renewal. And of course, that seems logical to me that you can evict someone for cause at any time.
You can notify somebody that what you plan to do at the end of the current lease term, but you cannot cut short a current lease term, like a current year.
But if there's a reason you can, like if they're doing damage to the property or something, right?
No, this change in the law has to do with renewing and not renewing a lease at the end of the term.
But it doesn't. Okay, so I guess let me read into this text. What if they want to get rid of a tenant in the middle of a lease? Obviously, if the tenant is cooking meth, they can do it, or something like that, right?
Yeah.
They have to have a good reason, obviously, for an eviction.
Yeah.
And it's not always based on payment. They could be paying their rent on time, but they could be loud, or they could be boisterous. They could be doing illegal activities or something like that.
Yes, these just cause reasons for not renewing a tenant have nothing to do with a tenant breach of the lease. If they're not paying rent, or if there's a substantial violation because there's been some violence or some criminal activity, that's a separate independent reason for terminating a lease early.
Okay. So again, as far as month to month, do you need a just cause on month to month? Someone wants to know.
Yes, you do. If they've been there for a year on month to month.
Even if it's month to month.
That's right.
If they've been there, as soon as they get to a year, you can't just terminate that month to month.
You have to give a 90-day notice that you have one of these very few just cause reasons for not renewing them another month.
And you say there are few reasons.
Yeah, the best one is to say the landlord wants to sell the property.
Okay.
But if they want to renovate
you can't just, what's to prevent a landlord from making up a reason? Like, I'm going to sell it. And then you get rid of the tenant and all of a sudden decide not to sell it. The tenant would have to take action on that. There's not like a police department that's going to come and say, wait a minute, you just said you were going to sell this place.
Yeah. If a landlord uses the reason that they want to sell, then they have to leave it off the market for 90 days, and they cannot list it for rent during those 90 days off the market. But then after that, they can actually rent it out again.
But they'd have to let it sit vacant for 90 days.
No, that's not in there. They just can't list it for lease. They can't put it on the market for lease during that 90 days after the tenant out.
Got it. Okay. So if I have a tenant in there and I want to get rid of the tenant, I say I want to sell this property.
Right.
And then that tenant can stay there the next 90 days.
No, after they've moved out, then you can, during the 90 days after they've moved out, you cannot put it on the market for release.
Okay. But if you do, though, here's what I'm getting at. It would be up to that displaced tenant to raise the issue.
That's right. Yes.
Yeah, obviously.
Illegal eviction.
And a lot of tenants, frankly, are not in a position to fight legally like that. In other words, if they came to you and said, Brad, this landlord said they're selling it, and they're not. I mean, in order for you to take action, it would cost them money, and a lot of tenants don't have the money to fight that. I think the laws are pretty far-reaching right now anyway, and I think it heavily favors the tenant, and I have no problem with that. But in all practicality, the tenants are the ones that have to take the action, and I think landlords are not at much risk of a tenant doing that, because it's not like you would take the case on contingency, because there's not a big reward in it.
Yeah. If a tenant cannot afford an attorney, a lot of tenants figure it out in county court. There's a lot of tenants with no lawyers who represent their cases just fine.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
In landlord-tenant matters.
No, I understand. So here's something that I think should have been done. And again, I'm not for government interference, but as long as they are interfering in tenant-landlord affairs, I think there should be some kind of an arbitration board or some kind of so a tenant. I mean, there are tenants who are mistreated, and I'm all for tenants, and I'm all for tenant laws that protect them. What I don't like is unevenness. And in this case, if a tenant found a landlord violating the law and they don't have the money to take the landlord to court, there should be an easier method to arbitrate tenant-landlord issues at a state level. I just think it would be logical. You know, you have this, you apply to this state board for an arbitration or something. Because right now, no matter what the law says, the tenant is the one that has to raise it. It's not like someone from the state's going to go to the landlord and say, Mr. Landlord, you got rid of this tenant and you were sneaky, and you didn't really want to sell it, or your son was not really moving in, you just didn't like the tenant. No one is going to do that except the tenant. And if the tenant doesn't have money, they may as well not have any rights, because they can't enforce rights without money. Does that make sense? I mean, okay. Anyway, 303-713-8255.
Yep.
I've often wondered about that.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Verdict with Ted Cruz Podcast.
Heavily favoring.
Here's a look at the
tenant.
roads out there right now.
But
There's a
the
medical
practical-
emergency
thank you
blocking
so
the
much.
eastbound
But the
C470 off-ramp to
practical
Kendrick
sense
Castillo
is,
Parkway. Still some slowing on
what are they
southbound
gonna do about
I-25
it?
around
The state
downtown
would have to
Denver.
fund
There's
some
a stalled
arbitration.
car
I know.
on southbound
Not gonna fund that.
I-25 around
It is-
Downing. Be on the lookout for
So-
a safety patrol.
I don't know.
And both north and southbound I-25 are experiencing delays from Wilcox in Castle
Well,
Rock
there's
due to
teeth in these
construction.
laws so that, you know,
With a look at traffic,
if
I'm
the
Bennett
tenant does
Rabonis.
prevail, as the term
I'm Ben Ferguson.
And I'm
Yeah.
Ted Cruz. 3 times a week we do our podcast, Verdict with Ted Cruz.
We're nationwide. We have millions of listeners.
We bring you behind the scenes, inside the White House, the Senate, the Supreme Court.
So download Verdict with Ted Cruz now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, I love these words when they go together. DiscountBath.com. Hey, Discount Bath says, put us to the test. We can do your bath at a discount, and that's what we are designed to do. We have a process where we can charge less profit and give you a beautiful bathroom, whether it's your dream home, a fix and flip, or a rental, whatever it is, they can meet your budget. They want you to submit your project for pricing. They don't even have to come to your home. Go to discountbath.com. You're provided an upload link when you fill out some information, okay? So you get the link and you can upload video of your project. Say, I want to move this toilet. I want a walk-in shower here. I need a toilet here, or I want to move this wall. Then they send you a price. If you like it, you guys get together and you can depend on Discount Bath to come through. At a discount, 720-979-2322, 720-979-2322.
Look, you're...
Thank you.
Access. That's the word I wanted. Access. People without money don't have access. They really don't to the legal system. And again, I you don't want to make it so it's so easy that people just junk up the courts with nuisance suits, but I just wish there was a way to give people access without. I see people screwed all the time. That if they had an attorney, it would be a slam dunk.
Yeah. Well, there are legal aid societies that help people in housing.
Yeah, but legal aid. I mean, there are so few cases that qualify for legal aid.
Yep. Usually, it's people about to be evicted that are the ones that get the most help on that. But just trying to get money out of somebody, the legal aid societies don't help you with that.
Okay. Where my conservative friends take issue with me is when I talk about helping people get access, but to me, that's just common sense because it still favors people with money. And I'm not a socialist. I don't want to be whatever you want to call me, but being in this job and watching it, it's just like, and there's a little bit of help sometimes with the anti-SLAPP legislations, but people have to know about the anti-SLAPP and invoke it. Mm-hmm. Believe it or not, I used it in California where a big snowmobile manufacturer was suing, and along with their dealer. And I invoked, it was the Ninth Circuit, I believe, and I used anti-SLAPP legislation, and it was dismissed. It was dismissed because I said it was just anger and trying to suppress my opinion. Because SLAPP, what was it? It's a lawsuit against public. I forget what it was, but anyway, California's really big on that.
Yeah.
They don't want big guys suing little guys as punishment.
Yeah,
and I was the little guy in that case.
Yeah, you need an attorney for civil rights things like that.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't do it myself. No, he said, because I didn't look at myself as the little guy in this case, but I was. I mean, I forget what SLAPP stands for. It's SLAPP. And Strategic Lawsuit Against Public something.
I've heard of them. I just don't know.
SLAPP legislation,
yes,
right?
I just don't know what they act.
SLAPP legislation was meant to discourage punishment.
Right. Right.
And people who know their way around the court system, and now with AI, more and more people are drafting complaints.
I've seen it. It's garbage.
It is.
You can tell it from a mile away. It's just absolute garbage. Any kind of legal brief written by AI, I've seen it from pro se plaintiffs. It's just not effective.
Okay, by the way, I remember that. I said I will include all of my moronic listeners. Okay, so let me see if we have, because that's what I want to do. I got to get my morons on board here giving me advice.
Sure.
Through Franklin and listen now.
Hi, I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-8255. So let me elaborate a little on what I was saying. The word I was looking for is access. Like it or not, and again, I'm not casting judgment one way or another, but like it or not, those with money have more access to the legal system. And it doesn't necessarily mean they have a better case. It just means they have better access. Now, we could look at that and say, yeah, big deal. What's the problem? But it is a problem. I mean, after doing consumer advocacy for 50 years, I've often seen where people have been manipulated. Well, that's why I started the show, by the way, years ago. That's why I did, because people did not have access to lawyers. And I did a show and said, okay, let's expose these bastards. Let's expose people who take advantage of people. And to a certain degree, it helped. But in reality, no matter what the law says, people have to be able to access the court system to get the benefit of the law. It's not like you're going to go to a landlord or any kind of potential defendant and say to them, hey, the law says this. And they go, oh, thank you for telling me. I'm going to change what I do. Brad O'Brien, I venture to say, being in your business, you see a lot of times where somebody comes to you with a good case, but they can't afford to go through.
I do, but I also encourage prospective clients to look at going into court with litigation as a business, try to make a business decision, which is based on what's the amount that's at issue. If you're arguing over 100,000, okay, that warrants a lot of attorney fees. 5,000, maybe not.
Right. But I imagine you find people who are so-called victims that have a good case, but they can't afford to enforce their rights.
Yeah, and I refer them to legal aid societies or give them other ideas.
Yeah. In fact, access is one of the biggest problems we have. We have more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show. I'd love your comments on that and more.
Yay.
I give everyone a free initial consultation.
Yeah.
Just to point them in the right direction.
Hey, Tim, did you say I got to go out. I'm going to go out and take a picture of my printer. I'm going to do that right now. Hold on, guys.
Good morning. I spoke with Margaret, and she does not require any further assistance, period. She decided to just get that other company to fix her system, period. We are very grateful for you taking this so seriously, comma. Thank you very much, and have a great week over there, exclamation point. Mm-hmm. Right. So I have a couple of cases in county courts right now.
Uh-huh.
And I found county court rules to be pretty easy, like super simple.
Yeah.
Almost as simple as small claims.
Yeah, it's called simplified procedure.
Mm-hmm. So if I sue somebody in district court, I still apply the simplified civil procedure, right? Or is it the complicated civil procedure?
Your county court are entirely separate from district court.
Yeah, I knew they had their own rules, yeah. But it's not going to be called simplified civil procedure at that point?
No, but there's two tracks. There's Rule 16, which is full boat procedure, and there's Rule 16.1, which is simplified.
Oh, okay.
And it's for basically cases over or under 100,000.
Yeah. Yeah, it's because my next lawsuit is going to be well over 25,000.
Oh, okay.
And so that's why I need to go to
the other 16.1. Which does simplify things a little bit, but it is more than county court.
Yeah, and I don't have trouble following the rules. I mean, I read them, and I have a copy, and I find them to be pretty straightforward. There's nothing mysterious in them.
Well, there's nuances in some of the rules.
Yeah.
Especially discovery rules.
Interesting.
Tom, you know a good place to buy office furniture, like desks, like chairs like these?
I have done recently, over the last few years, Amazon. However, who used to have a great selection is American Furniture and also Office Depot, but I haven't been there in years.
Oh, okay.
Those little chairs, I bought them specifically to be small. They're a pain in the ass, literally. But I needed, I couldn't have big ones. But I have found Amazon, Jesus, they have such a great selection.
Oh, okay.
So 2 weeks ago, I bought a big leather office chair to replace the one I have for $14 at an online estate sale.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And it's a really nice leather executive
estate
chair.
Sales are.
How do you was it shipped from somewhere else?
No, I had to go pick it up at Englewood, I think.
Like Craigslist or something? Or
No, estate auction. So there's a website called estatesales.net. You put in your zip code, and about 5 to 10% of those estate sales, they're really nice stuff from rich people. The rest are just garage sale shit. But 5 or 10% of them are really amazing bargains. And so I bought I was reconfiguring my walk-in closet, so I saw this 6-drawer, dresser, like a really expensive Drexel brand, I think, or Ethan Allen. I mean, they're super expensive. I got that for $40, and then I paid another $100 to have it delivered to my home.
Cool.
So I will never buy anything except at those particular 5 to 10% of estate sales.
Estatesale.net.
Estatesales.net.
Sales.net. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have to say Denver or something like that?
Yeah, you put in your zip code, and it tells you what's around. But you have to, just keep in mind, you have to scroll through a lot of crap, It's like, but you can tell when you click on that estate sale. So if you scroll down a little bit here, you can tell by the first picture if it's garage sale or if it's decent stuff. And then when you click on it,
what's that? A toy collection?
Oh, you're not gonna believe all the shit that's over there.
You filtered by furniture?
So on Saturday, I bought my biggest purchase at one of those. On Saturday, I bought a Lincoln Town Car for $5,000.
Saturday?
Yeah.
You have a Lincoln Town Car? Where is it?
It's Stephen Kimberly's house. I need to get license plates for it.
Why'd you buy another car?
Oh, it's big V8, hugest car I've ever seen. It rides like a leather couch installed on a cloud that has marshmallow wheels.
Just felt like buying a car.
Well, I've been looking for one of those for years.
I didn't know.
I've always wanted the big Lincoln Town Car with a V8 and leather interior.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255, or 303-MARTINO, 303-627-8466. This hour brought to you by Frank Duran, therealestateman.com. If you want to know what your house will sell for, he'll do a free market valuation to see where you stand in the marketplace with comparables and market conditions. And he really does a great job. It's very detailed with no obligation to ever list. But if you want to get an idea of what your house will sell for and what you'll net, he can do it for you. And again, no obligation. 303-920-1622. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com. So I have Brad O'Brien with me from O'Brien Legal Services. We'll talk to him about some inquiries I'm getting by text. If you want to text me as well, 747-999-5280. If you'd like, 747-999-5280. Well, anyway, the bottom line is when it comes to investing, when it comes to the economy, when it comes to finance, people are always looking at things called leading indicators and lagging indicators. Leading indicators would be things that happen that tell you what the economy will be doing, and lagging indicators verify it. They come after. So what are some leading indicators? Well, there's all kinds of leading economic indicators, okay? But there's one that I've heard about just today that blew my mind. So what would be the conventional ones? I'm asking AI. What are some leading economic indicators? Stock market performance, because that gives you an idea of what people are thinking and what are they, or do they have confidence, or are they cautious? Is trading down? There's also something called the Consumer Confidence Index. Again, how people feel. But there's actually factory orders on durable goods. Now, durable goods are more like heavy-duty vehicles, appliances, machinery. If the orders for durable goods are down, it's showing that people are putting the brakes on a bit. Also, new orders for manufacturing, like big production runs. Building permits, like are people building homes, housing starts is a really good leading indicator. Unemployment claims. Weekly data show how many people are on unemployment, and as it goes up, it is a leading indicator of things to come. Also, the amount of money circulating in the economy, the money supply. What about this? This is a weird one. Average weekly hours worked. When manufacturers increase average work hours, it often precedes higher hiring surges and stronger production. So you look at all these things. There's all kinds of things people use in their crystal ball to figure out what's going on in the economy. So what do you use? What do you use? Well, I'll tell you what. Deputy Dimitri said, oh, by the way, I use this. And I said, what? So I'm going to say it has to do with cardboard. Now, he is in the recycling business. That's what he does. And what he does is he goes out and pays clients to take their cardboard. Then he takes that cardboard and either sells it or does whatever he does with it, and he makes a spread. I don't actually understand your business completely, but in a nutshell, you pay clients who have big cardboard wastes,
Yeah, they're all commercial customers, Tom. They're factories, they're distribution centers, they're places that just churn out many tons, literally tons of cardboard per day. So those
So
are
you
the
go pick up their cardboard. You actually go up to these people and say, "I'll pay you for your cardboard."
Yeah, I haven't been able to pay this year because it's a very volatile commodity, right? So it has.
What does that mean, volatile commodity?
Well, the scrap. So I sell cardboard to paper mills. They use that as input for their brand new cardboard that they're going to make.
So you pick it up from your client and you sell it to
paper mills. So it goes into over-the-road trucks or rail cars, and paper mills buy that stuff. Now the reason
you make the spread.
I make the spread, yeah. So now the market price for it is extremely volatile. It depends on how much cardboard the mill needs that month. So it's very cyclical, Tom. I've been in this business for 30 years. The prices are very cyclical. In some hot markets, I can pay the customer a fortune for their material, and I can also pocket a fortune because the mills pay twice the fortune number for the cardboard.
But let me ask you a very simple question.
Yes.
If you don't pay for the cardboard, aren't they just happy to get it taken away?
Yeah, so this year, for example, we haven't paid a penny for cardboard. There's not enough money on it.
Clients don't resist saying, "Wait a minute, you were paying me so much last year, you're paying me nothing this year." Do they balk at that?
They don't balk at it. They do ask about it. Hey, we haven't seen a check in a few months.
Right.
But scrap cardboard prices are very easily verifiable. There's a monthly publication that actually publishes a national survey in all kinds of different markets like Southwest and East and West Coast and that sort of stuff.
They're still happy that you're taking away their waste.
Yeah, because I'm saving them many thousands of dollars per month in garbage bills. Right? So the alternative is just throwing it in.
No matter what, when you take their scrap, you're providing a service to them free of charge.
This year, that's what it's been like because it's a very tough market.
And they just trust you to pay them based on the market.
Yeah, well, there's no other choice, right? I mean,
if you go to another guy that will pick it up and say, "Hey, Dimitri's not paying you," I will. I mean, but
that happens sometimes, and then those checks don't come.
Right,
they get like a $7 check or something. So these things are pretty clearly, discovered.
But big producers of scrap cardboard, big customers of yours.
Yeah.
What would be a big customer? How much do you take in a week? I mean,
well, so a good example would be a food factory. That's one of my customers. And we have a lot of food factories here, Tom. These are the ones that make like prepackaged refrigerated meals and frozen meals that you buy at the grocery store.
And they produce a lot of scrap cardboard.
Yeah, I'll give you an example. We have a semi over there once a week, pre-scheduled, and we fill the semi up with baled cardboard. So this customer actually has their own baler, and we fill it up once a week, and we get about 40,000 pounds of cardboard per week for just one of their buildings.
40,000 pounds of cardboard per week?
Yeah, but you got to keep in mind, everything that they use to make their product comes in little cardboard boxes. I mean, cases of bacon and cases of onions.
So when you pick up this cardboard, if you don't get enough for it, you could even go in the hole with your trucking costs, couldn't you? Because I imagine it costs you to get it from your client.
Very expensive. It's very expensive.
So to get it from your client to the end user, do you ever end up where you are at a loss?
Very rarely. So all of my contracts actually have a charging provision where it says that if the market declines to the extent that it can't even cover our trucking costs, we're going to give you the option to either cancel the contract or continue with this, but we would have to charge you,
okay, I get it.
$100 per pickup, for example.
Okay. Okay. Have you ever had to charge a client as opposed to pay a client or break even?
It's pretty rare. Like right now, I'm pretty much just breaking even. I haven't had to charge anybody. But the last bad market, some of our smaller customers had to pay a few $100 per pickup.
Now, how do you use cardboard, cardboard, as a leading economic indicator?
Okay, well, let me give you an example of what the market is like. So in the past 30 years, I've seen scrap cardboard sell at the mill. Mills would buy scrap cardboard a high of about $280 a ton and the low of about $20 a ton. Right now, we're at about $40
that much
a ton.
Of a spread from $20 a ton to $280
yeah, these
a
are
ton.
huge swings,
right?
And they take about a year to accomplish. So It literally is like that market. If you plot it as I do, it's really a sine wave.
Okay.
And it's a very reliable one. So right now, we're in a terrible market that started a little over a year ago.
A terrible market for mills paying for.
Yeah, I was getting paid about $160, $180 a ton for cardboard. Right now, I'm getting paid about $35. So
what does that tell you about the economy?
Well,
how does cardboard serve as a tell?
It predicts the economic activity perfectly. This is my 9th crummy market. And that means I've also been through 8 hot markets.
Right.
So when I plot this sine wave of scrap cardboard prices and I overlay, let's say S&P 500 over that, which has its own kind of a sine wave, but mainly upward sine wave. My cardboard scrap prices predict the S&P 500 perfectly all 9 times by 6 to 9 months ahead of the S&P 500.
Okay, now explain what that means. So when you are at a low for cardboard, where the mills are paying less for the cardboard, what does that mean for the stock market?
Well, the stock market is arguably a concurrent economic indicator, right? Do we agree on that?
It's going on right now.
Right now, yeah. So what my cardboard price tells me when it begins to decline is that the economy is slowing down. And here's the link, Tom. This is the important part. Everything that's manufactured is shipped out in cardboard boxes.
Okay.
So every washing machine, every cell phone, also Christmas goods to Targets and Walmarts, they're all shipped out in cardboard boxes. Now, cardboard buyers, so if you're running the Apple factory, the iPhone factory, you place your order for cardboard boxes 6 to 9 months in advance. That's how long it takes to manufacture and deliver industrial quantities of cardboard boxes. So paper mills have to buy my cardboard, or from people like me,
for the
9 months ahead. So at this point, they see what their orders are like. They see how much cardboard they're going to need in 9 months, and they start placing their orders. So if
you have a big demand for your cardboard, if you have a big demand, that tells you 9 months ahead of time.
Yeah. The purchasing managers are forecasting higher shipments of their products in 6 to 9 months. And it has never, ever failed. Now, when I see the cardboard price begin to decline month after month after month, that means they're placing fewer orders for less boxes and fewer boxes. Yeah, for 6 to 9 months ahead.
It's usually 6 to 9 months.
In my case, in my industry.
If you get a big surge in cardboard this week, it tells you that stocks will go up a bit in 6 to 9 months.
If it's confirmed. So I want to confirm it by 2 or 3 months of uptick. So my pricing changes once a month.
Okay.
Cardboard doesn't trade every day, but the pricing survey is published on the 5th of every month. So for the past 14 months, it's been downticking every single month, Tom, down to about a third of what it's been. However, these last 2 months, it stopped downticking. It's been level.
How long does it have to uptick or downtick before it means something to you?
For 3 or 4 months. So on all of my curves, at 3 or 4 months, I have been making 100% accurate predictions after 3 or 4 months.
So after 3 or 4 months of downticking, you can say with some confidence that the S&P 500 will be down in 6 to 9 months.
Yeah. If we can agree that S&P 500 is a really good concurrent indicator of general economic. General economic.
They are. Most of those
most of the time they are, right?
Yeah,
so
because they take into consideration earnings, sentiment, and all of those things for trading. So you have tracked the price of cardboard, and you have seen that when it's down for a period of 3 or 4 months, then it most likely means a downturn in the market.
Not most likely. In my case, since 1994, it's been 100% reliably predictive.
Okay, I'm really, really fascinated with this because I want to know what happens if it goes down for 4 months, then sharply all of a sudden increases. If that's ever happened, we'll talk about that. Okay. Plus, what happens if it's fluctuating? Does that mean uncertainty in the market in the future. Oh my goodness. Sarah, real quick, let's get started on your problem. I got to take a break, but what's going on with you, Sarah?
Hi, I was actually reaching out about Buc-ee's in Johnstown. I just had a troubling experience with the cash register gentleman, and I just wanted to kind of do a public service announcement because they have a new policy in place that I was surprised to hear
Sarah,
about.
could you do me such a big favor? If you can hang on, I want to hear, because it sounds like you're going to need more than just a few seconds. Let's talk about this trend at Buc-ee's, a new policy that Sarah wants to talk about right after this.
Yep.
This is fascinating.
Hi, I'm Gary Bell of the
Don't
law
you
firm
find
of
it
Bell and
fascinating?
Pollock. Involved in a car crash? Injured? You should always call the police. If you want to know why, then listen to our Bell and Pollock Legal Injury Hub podcast on your favorite platform.
Oh. Hey, do you want to be a landlord without the conventional risks and hassles? I want you to come to our seminar this weekend on Saturday. Okay, sign up. It starts at 10 in the morning. It's just basically a little more than an hour, but you can ask every question you want. So it's this weekend. And to sign up, to find out about becoming a landlord in markets around the country that Vestera Turnkey has researched, they help you buy the property. They help you get with the management of the property and selling the property for tremendous returns. So go to this website to sign up for this weekend. I want to see you there. If nothing more than just shoot the breeze with me. MyBiggestReturn.com. MyBiggestReturn.com.
Yep. Hey, Dimitri.
Yes.
I'm trying to build an outbuilding in the back lot here, and you haven't hooked me up with any cardboard. Come on, hook a brother up.
You want some cardboard, dude?
He wants to make a house.
Out of cardboard?
So what you were
In
saying...
addition to my current house.
Oh my God, look at this town car. How many miles on it?
84,000.
Holy shit.
Tom, it rides like a cloud rolling down a carpeted road.
Where are you going to keep it?
I'm not sure yet.
I've had lots of town cars, and it's like driving a couch, man.
Oh my God, it's beautiful. And you can't hear the engine operate. It's the
I guess
smooth.
that's right.
It's the
Yeah.
smoothest, quietest engine I've ever encountered. 84,000 on it. It's the signature edition.
What year?
It's a.
I had a 79 Mark V that I still
Oh, yeah.
cry about.
What's your year?
Mine is a 07. Guess what I paid for it?
What?
No,
$5 grand. you
$5
said.
grand.
Oh, get out.
5,000.
But you didn't have it checked out,
$5
right?
grand,
I checked it out
probably came with
myself.
a-
I'm capable of that
At
particular.
$5 grand, it would have come with a dead hooker in the trunk.
Jeez.
No shit.
Theoretically.
It is.
Theoretically.
Look at all that
In my
chrome.
opinion.
Big American V8.
So you have found truly, this is fascinating. Okay, I'm going to wait and do it on the air. I
But
don't
my
want
observation is that he's linking the economy directly to the stock market when they're really detached.
They are detached.
Okay.
But
The Wall Street.
Do you think they're totally detached?
Not totally, but mostly. I mean, why is the Wall Street doing so great now when the economy is not doing really great?
Okay, yeah.
But he's saying it's almost a one-to-one link.
Well, I needed to cite some sort of an indicator, right? Because if I say, hey, that means the economy is going to go gangbusters, we're going to go in the toilet, I need to support that with some kind of an indicator. And I can't think of a better indicator than the stock market.
Yeah, but also the S&P has all these tech companies that don't use cardboard.
I agree.
That are putting all this money into.
But still, the sentiment would be indicated through cardboard. Like they're optimistic.
They're optimistic.
But how do they even know what they're going to need in cardboard?
Now, keep in mind that as Brad and I previously discussed, the consumer is still the king of the economy.
Mm-hmm.
So it's true that the tech companies themselves don't use as much cardboard,
Mm-hmm.
right? Like Oracle probably. I mean, they don't ship their software in cardboard. But their sales are heavily dependent on the economic health of the nation. And so they will still, I don't know, I may have kind of lost myself in my own explanation here.
The coefficient is probably low between the economy, Main Street and Wall Street.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be glad to consider any alternatives. It's just that
incredible
for me. This has been it's been 100% reliable indicator since 1994.
Yeah. Well, I think they track this the federal level orders for durable goods.
Yep.
That is tracked.
They also track consumer sentiment. They also track purchasing manager sentiments.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You know, they do all of that stuff.
Yours is almost.
It's a direct linkage.
Before that.
Mine is well before that,
Yeah.
and it's a direct linkage, right? Because if Apple is not going to ship as many iPhones, they're not going to order as many cardboard boxes.
I mean, retailers order for Christmas 9 months in advance. So.
Yeah, that comes. So
Maybe more.
in May, I start getting an annual uptick for May and June because in May is when Christmas cardboard box orders come in.
Oh.
They come in even earlier because those boxes have to go to the manufacturer, then they have to go out to Target.
Mm-hmm.
And so May and June are perfect indicators of what the Christmas retail season is going to be like.
I just bought my Christmas tree for the year yesterday.
Oh!
Because last year I was too late. I missed it.
So that cardboard box was manufactured in the spring.
Miss the next episode of Our American Stories.
And it was delivered just in time.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. I am totally fascinated, and I'm going to go back to Dimitri in this, but first I want to take Sarah, who says she just had an experience at Buc-ee's and wants people to know about it. And she said they had some change of policy that took her by surprise. So, Sarah, you were at Buc-ee's just this morning. Was it just this morning?
Yeah, like 30 minutes ago. So I had made a purchase of clothing for my daughter about 2 weeks back. I don't live in the Johnstown area, and I'm not through there all the time. But I had stopped 2 weeks ago, and I purchased this outfit for my daughter, took it home. It didn't fit her. So I knew I was going to come back up in about 2 weeks. I stopped by, and he told me that they wouldn't accept the return.
Why?
And I said, is there a reason why? Yeah, and he says, well, we have a store policy that doesn't allow returns. And I said,
what?
When did this policy go into place? Yeah, and he said, yesterday at 9 a.m. And I was like, well, this wasn't in existence at the time of my purchase, so I would like a special, just give me a store credit. Like, I'd like some grace given to me. This didn't exist at the time of my purchase. They're for a child, doesn't fit. It's $50 in clothing.
They wouldn't even do a store credit.
No, he said that he would lose his job. He said that he has to put in his teller ID number and that they're going to come down and find him, and he has to think about his children.
Wait a minute. So you're telling me, I mean, Buc-ee's like one of the things consumers measure about retail is the ease of returns, replacements, refunds, and credits. That's one of the biggest issues with consumers that I've learned over 50 years of dealing with them. And here's the deal, okay? For example, people absolutely used to love Nordstrom because they had the reputation they'll take anything back and give you credit or give you a refund. And then Costco has wonderful liberal policies. People don't feel trapped in a purchase. And when they don't feel trapped in a purchase, they actually spend more. So Buc-ee's was one of those places that had very liberal return policies. And they said it just changed. So right now, if you buy something at Buc-ee's, you're telling me if we buy something at Buc-ee's, there is absolutely no return at all? If it's defective, obviously, they'll take a return, right?
I have no idea. Yeah, he just said that the policy was effective yesterday at 9 a.m. and there was nothing I could do about it. And I said, hey, I would purchase these for a child. They don't fit the kid. Obviously, they don't fit me. And he just kind of shrugged his shoulders at me. And so I picked up the items and I left. It's $50 in items. I'm going to donate to Goodwill. They're brand new. They still have the tags on them. I don't know what to do with these articles of clothing now.
What were the items? There's a little nuance in their return policy.
It's a long sleeve T-shirt.
Oh, okay.
It's a long sleeve
Why?
T-shirt.
Tell me what you're reading there, D.
Say that some items are not returnable even with a receipt, and those items are swimwear and beaver costumes.
What beaver costumes?
Well, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Because they
It's like a
figure you're going to
onesie.
wear it
You
at
have
an
them on
event.
display over there.
You'll wear
Yeah.
it at an event and return it. So
Yeah.
they don't want you to. No,
Yeah.
no. A lot of Halloween costumes are like that.
Yeah.
They won't take returns. And I say Halloween, but costumes because they don't want you using it for a party and then returning it.
Yeah.
But you're saying that it's pretty well documented online, the return policy.
Well, just that part. I'm looking at their general. I'm looking for their general return.
So, Sarah, prior to this, you have purchased things at Buc-ee's and were able to return them?
No, I've never purchased clothing at Buc-ee's before. Like I
Okay.
said, I don't live in the area and I don't go through there very often.
I
But I was
see.
up there for a work-related event, and so I'd gone through.
And
I
this was
stopped by,
Johnson's
and then
Corner?
I knew after the clothing. Yes, it was, and they have a piece of paper that's framed behind the. Like there's two registers out the. I guess that would be the west doors on the left and the right. And the manager that I was talking to gestured to this framed piece of paper. It's not at the register. Customers are not going to see that. And
Well-
he's like, this is the policy. And I said, well, when did that go into place? He said, yesterday at 9 a.m.
You know, by the way, Sarah, I understand your concern and I understand the issue. And as I said, when surveyed over the years, it was one of consumers' most pressing issues, the ease of returns. Now, in the true pure sense of shopping, there is no guaranteed return ever unless it's defective, obviously. What we're saying is that we know they have the right not to accept returns. But the problem is when a place has accepted returns for years and years and years, and then they don't, it's definitely going to have an impact. But there's not a big sign. It's a small sign. I wonder how many other people this happened to. Again,
that's why I wanted to call, because if
I wanna
anybody
find
goes over
out.
there and makes a purchase and this happens, it's not fair. That's why I wanted to call and say something, because I don't want this happening to anybody else. $50 in clothing is not a small purchase, especially for a child, but all of her friends have the Buc-ee's gear, and I thought she would like it. They just don't fit her.
Okay, I got it. And I appreciate you telling us, Sarah. Again, I didn't know what their policy was before, but it recently changed. And again, return policies are very, very, very important. Now, many places have a return policy that will obviously, they take defective merchandise back. Obviously, if something doesn't work, they take it back. Many have an exchange policy that's more liberal, but you only get store credit. So they don't want you to buy something for an event and return it. So they want to give you store credit because they want you spending the money with them, whether it's on that item or not. Others have a return policy that is pretty strict. No returns whatsoever unless it's defective. Now, almost every store has to take back a defective product. But for clothes that just don't fit, or for that kind of an issue, I'm seeing online here, I'm just looking, that many, many people expect it. And I venture to say almost no one checks return policies at a store. I don't.
I don't either.
And one thing that Amazon has been absolutely positively wonderful about returns. Amazon even allows you to return something if you changed your mind. That's one of the drop-down things. You can do it because the website description is off, it's defective, or any number of things. You get a drop-down on Amazon before you get your return authorization and your label. And one of them is, I don't need it anymore. Another one is, it was purchased by mistake. Another one is, I changed my mind. So that's what I think is the strength of Amazon, that you don't feel trapped in a purchase. And when consumers don't feel trapped, they spend more. I think this is going to bite Buc-ee's in the beaver. We got more coming up.
KHOW Denver, 630 KHOW. An
wanna do
iHeart
more
radio
about
station.
cardboard.
Download
It's
the free
incredible.
iHeart Radio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Now, Impact Traffic.
From the Superstar Car Wash Traffic Center.
This report is sponsored by Our American Stories.
There's an accident off to the right shoulder
was
causing
thinking
some
about
slowing on northbound I-25 at 88th and Thornton. A stall on the connector route from southbound I-25 to I-225. Road construction with the left lane closed in both directions of north and southbound I-25 at US 85
I'm
is
sorry, is
causing
that
some
cat
backups
bothering
in
you?
Castle Rock.
Okay.
Both east and westbound Highway 6 are closed in Clear Creek Canyon due to police activity. I'm Bitter Bonus with traffic.
This is Lee Habib, host of Our American Stories. On our next episode, Dr. Larry Arnn, the president of Hillsdale College, shares the story of the journey from the flawed Articles of Confederation to the Constitution we have today.
SheridanAutotech.com. I love Uncle Kevin Calkin. I call him Uncle because he treats everyone like family. They have a wonderful location in Lakewood on Colfax west of Wadsworth. Plenty of parking, well lit, and great for drop-offs. I know that I take my car there, and you'll love the way they do business. They keep accurate records of everything. They're a fraction of the cost of dealers. Trust me. I took my BMW there, and it was a tenth of what a dealer charges, a tenth. If you have regular maintenance, repairs, electrical issues, SheridanAutotech.com. All makes and models, 303-455-7242, SheridanAutotech.com. John Fuller is a personal injury attorney that has decided to do business this way. He'll talk to you up front before you even hire him. So if you call and you say, I want to talk to John, he'll talk to you about your case. No matter how big or how small it is, he will talk to you. And you can decide if you want to hire him based on that. If you do, it's on a percentage fee basis, and you get his personal cell phone that you can call or text at any time. So, personal injury attorneys come in all shapes and sizes. John Fuller is sized for you, individualized. 303-597-4500. 597-4500.
Thank you. 4 minutes.
Colorado Motor Cars. I want to find this Rhonda problem. There it is. Okay. See, his is a problem. It was assigned to Doc. So she probably didn't hear anything.
She is not.
What's that?
She hasn't.
I know.
But she does have an update.
She has an update, okay.
I left my teeth with Dragon.
Oh. Okay.
I left my teeth in the KOA studio. Not quite Tony Bennett, but although I did used to have kind of a fun Tony Bennett impersonation. And this is a song that I wrote while I was on a train doing mescaline with a 17-year-old hooker from Mexico. I left my heart. Like, Tony, that's not because his unplugged session.
All the customers at Buc-ee's are smiling.
Fantastic that he goes
People are
through all
having
the
their
songs.
pictures taken in
Oh,
front
yeah.
of merchandise.
It's just a big giant department store.
No, it's a big giant,
tells
like
an
a
actual
convenience store.
story, but I was like,
Yeah.
God,
It's like ginormous.
50 or more.
I was mainlining
And
on
when the
Do they have
the
unusual
City of New
products?
Orleans train, and I thought,
no,
you know, hey.
well, they do have their own brands, like their brisket, for
Yeah,
example.
but what is so magical about it? Everyone's
Hard to
It's
say.
big.
They have a wonderful attitude. Everybody's friendly. When the brisket comes out of the oven, the staff sings a special song.
Yes,
every
they
time
sing.
the brisket comes
And
out of the oven.
I've saved up to go
There's
to the
a big
bathroom there.
plastic beaver at the front door, and there was a line of at
What are you
least
guys
10
talking
people
about?
waiting to get their pictures taken
Buc-ee's.
with a big plastic beaver.
And dude,
You know,
cleanest
sculpture.
bathroom
do they
serve
on
the
food?
planet.
Do they have a restaurant?
Tommy,
They
Tommy,
have several food
Tommy.
counters.
What?
cleanest bathroom on the planet.
But there's no place to eat in the store. They don't.
No, because that would be a loss of revenue. That area would be a black hole for money because they're moving product in every other square inch.
Yeah, they have the.
Does that make
dessert
sense? Dimitri, what the
or,
fuck?
you know,
I'm trying to talk. Oh, you
They have
piece
the
of.
meat.
I'm listening to you, every word.
They have a deli
Shannon.
with sandwiches.
He's talking
Oh,
to Brad.
Oh, is he? Well,
It
just
is
that,
a
yeah, they
magical-
don't have areas to eat because you could imagine that would be an area that's not selling product.
Ah. So where's the closest one I can go see right now? I want to go see
Up
it.
north, just shy of Love. Is it just shy or on the other side of Loveland? I always forget.
You talking about
Maybe the other
Johnson's
side.
Corner?
Yeah,
No,
basically,
John-
yeah.
Well, it's in
yeah.
Johnstown.
Yep, Johnson's Corner-ish. And it is killing Johnson's Corner. They had to replace their restaurant with the Black Bear Cafe, and I don't know how much longer Johnson's is going to last.
So Bucky's is just ginormous, right?
Over 200 gas pumps. It's surreal,
What?
dude.
Holy,
Yep.
200 gas pumps.
Yep.
How can they generate enough volume?
Oh, it's busy all day. All day. It is a tourist destination, and it is almost packed every single hour that I've been there. And I've been there 3 a.m., noon, whatever, and it's always busy.
Is it 24 hours?
Uh-huh.
It is 24 hours,
Yep.
but it's not a truck stop.
No, as a matter of fact, they have no truck signs out front. Here we
I
go.
just can't. Wow.
161-6400.
Hi, Tom Martino here. So Bucky's has stopped taking refunds or taking returns. And first of all, I want to go to Rhonda. She has a follow-up for a case that she called in about on Car Day on Friday with Colorado Motor Cars. But then I want to get back to this Bucky's thing because people, when they describe Bucky's, the twinkle in their eye and the spring in their step is more than a kid who went to Disney World.
Yep.
I swear to God, it's like they say, oh my God, you haven't been there. You got to go there. And whether you have to buy something or not, they tell you got to go there.
You got to go there, Tom. It's a magical, magical place. Everybody has a smile on their face. The staff sings songs when a brisket comes out of the oven.
All right, hold on. Rhonda, you called in.
Yeah.
You called in. I have your call here. You bought a 2018 Honda Accord, had 120,000 miles on it. You bought it from Colorado Motor Company. You traded in a 2019 Nissan Infiniti. Again, I didn't know why you did that. The car immediately went into limp mode. The bank repossessed the car. And now Colorado Motor Company wants $5,600. By the way, have you heard from Deputy Doc at all?
No.
Okay, because I have him down here. So he never called you?
No.
Okay. What's going on with your case right now?
Well, I got an email from the criminal investigator from the Department of Revenue, and he said that their lawyer, that Colorado Motor Cars lawyer, said that I just needed to complete my interview with the finance company.
And what did they say would happen if you completed? So I am shocked, and I'm pleased, by the way, but I'm shocked that Colorado Department of Revenue actually sent an investigator on your case.
Yes, they did.
Wow.
I've heard that before from a car dealer I know. He said they actually investigate and people they show up.
What complaint did you make, Rhonda, that they basically stole from you?
Yeah.
So
I mean, I told them the whole story, and they.
So they
They've been
said,
working with me
I
trying to-
love this. So Colorado Motor Company said basically that all you have to do is complete your interview with the finance company, and what would happen?
I did a different car, I guess. I don't know, with a higher interest rate.
What's an interview with a finance company? Have you ever heard of
Well, here's the thing. She was supposed. This is what I don't understand about the issue. When you traded in your car and you got I don't know why you traded in a newer car for an older car. That
I don't either.
What's that?
She doesn't either.
And
I don't either.
how many miles were on your Nissan Infiniti?
170,000.
170,000. So you traded it in and got a car with 120,000 miles.
Correct.
And that car went into limp mode. Did you ever figure out what was wrong with that car, or they repossessed it?
They repossessed it.
How long did you have it in total before they repossessed it?
17 days.
Wait, how does a repossession begin?
I don't know. I don't know any of it, and that's why I wanted someone to call on it. I want to give this to Deputy D to work on, if he could just find out what's going on, because Rhonda, it sounds like you don't have any idea what's going on. I mean, it sounds like you were totally well. You got to take some responsibility. I mean, you go to a dealer, you drive away with another car, and you have no idea if it was financed or not. You have no idea what condition the car was in. All you know is that they took the car back and they wanted $5,600 from you. Did they say they would give your car back? I mean, what happened to your trade-in?
They still have it. They said it's in recon, whatever that means. I don't know what that means.
Will they just undo this whole? I think what you ought to do is have the whole deal just undone. Honest to God, they ought to just make it like it never happened.
Did you ask him to do that? Did you ask him for your car back?
Did you ask him to undo the deal? What did they say? It can't look at people can't be so in love with money that they have to screw somebody like Rhonda. Now, Rhonda, I will say you did absolutely everything wrong. I'll tell you what, Dee, she doesn't even know what she did. She, honest to God, doesn't understand what she did. All she knows is she drove in there and drove away with another car. She has no idea of the interest rate. She has no idea of the financing. She has no idea what happened to her car. She has no idea how much they gave her for her car. Do you, Rhonda?
I have an idea. I think I know what happened.
She is totally deaf, dumb, and blind here.
Well, I think I know what happened, Tom. I mean, I think it's reasonable to say that she drove away with the car before they let her have the car before the financing was finalized.
That's right.
Then the financing fell through and they wanted their car back. That's how repossession happens on day 17, right?
Exactly. They wanted the car back because financing fell through. But Rhonda doesn't know that.
Yeah.
Again, Rhonda, I really mean this sincerely, and I don't mean to insult you, but I don't know how you get along in life. I swear to God, how you drive onto a car lot and drive away with another car and have no idea about any aspect of it. She doesn't know the condition of the car. She doesn't know the condition. She doesn't. What's that, Rhonda?
I did. I had the Carfax. I went by the Carfax. I looked at the car. I mean, I knew the interest rate, and I had paperwork that said the finance company's name and information.
Did it say? Yeah, did it say that first of all, why did you go to Colorado Motor Company to buy a car, and did you pick this car out, the one that you bought?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so you walked the lot. You picked out the 2018 Honda Accord, and do you know how much they gave you for your trade?
They gave me $4,500.
Okay, good. And now at least she has some details. On that, how much did you owe on that car?
Nothing.
Okay, so they gave you $4,500, and how much did they charge you? What was the price tag of the 2018 Honda Accord?
It was $15,000.
Okay, so $15,000 minus $4,500. So basically, you financed around $10,000.
Correct.
And how much was the loan? Was it $10,000?
I think it came to 14.
Mop and glow and sales.
Wait a minute. So you buy a car for 15. You trade in a car basically for 5, and you come back out with a loan for 15. So you got 0 for your car. Or they added, what did they add to your car? I got to take this break. Honest to God, sometimes I just don't even know what's going on.
Now.
Well said.
Honest to God.
This report is sponsored by Our American Stories.
There's an accident off to the right shoulder causing some slowing on northbound I-25 at 88th and Thornton. A stall on the connector ramp from southbound I-25 to I-225. Road construction with the left lane closed in both directions of north and southbound I-25 at US 85 is causing some backups in Castle Rock. Both east and westbound Highway 6 are closed in Clear Creek Canyon due to police activity. I'm Bitter Urbonis with traffic.
This is Lee Habib, host of Our American Stories. On our next episode, Dr. Larry Arnn, the president of Hillsdale College, shares the story of the journey from the flawed Articles of Confederation to the Constitution we have today.
Red Rock's Roof and Solar, I urge you to call them if you're interested in a solar system for a commercial operation. You might be a landlord, you might own a strip mall, you might own an apartment house, or maybe even one house you're renting out. Maybe you have an agri-based business or a home-based business of some kind. If you qualify for a commercial system, Red Rocks can fix you up. They can show you how the government will pay for most of it and how you can even make a profit selling power back to the grid or to end users. Call and find out more about your commercial solar system. 303-704-2449. 303-704-2449.
Very nice. And this was spot on, Tom.
Honest to God, I sometimes I just don't even know what's going on. I love it.
Awesome.
Still a drive-in theater.
Oh, is it in beautiful condition? It looks like it is. No rips, no tears, and is it going to be your primary driver? It's going to be terrible in the snow.
So it's going to be my fun, highway cruising.
That's funny.
It does have air suspension. And it's got that old school hood on it. Chrome. And because that air suspension is very active, so when you corner it, there's no load effect. But everything is perfect. It's I can steer this title. Great machine. Can't hear the engine run. So it's going to go show enough fluids to get flushed. We're going to put $500,000. It's built on the legendary Ford Panther platform, which is the most durable. It's like Toyota. It's a Panther platform. And so there are tons of YouTube videos, million. It just goes so cheap. Factory alternator is $60. OEM, like it's bright motor. I mean, they're still manufactured probably by Nippon Bits, GK, all that stuff. But I'm used to Toyota ones, which are very expensive. My alternator was $400. So I have a simple barometer set parts that I look at. This one was like $68. Not that it needs one, but it's there's one that was replaced the EJR method, and it's about this long. It's got 3 turns.
Right. Violence against ICE agents must stop. Right. Those people, that thing is snowballing, man.
was this lady's third Lincoln. Her son signed over the paperwork. His seats? Oh yeah. Like a light taupe leather, and the exterior is silver. That's what those sound with soft seats. It's like they're soft yet they support. It's like they're firm. So it's like the first quarter inch. It's super soft, so you feel like you're sinking in, but you don't sink in. The rest of the phone folds good. Trunk.
Hey, Tom.
Yeah.
Coming back here in 10 seconds, but it's Dusty Saunders' birthday. But he did die 3 years ago, but Facebook is still putting it out there, and 100 people have said happy birthday.
Jesus Christ.
Hey, here you go.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Deputy D, I want you to look into this car deal. Listen, car deals, again, they have taken over as my number one problem. Top complaints, used cars. People, I'll tell you what, the car business is going crazy. People get screwed each and every day, but here's the problem. They walk into being screwed, and they let themselves be screwed. First, some of them have no idea what is the element of a deal and what is missing or what they need to do or how they got. God, it's just crazy. I'm going to say something, okay? Most people should not ever go to buy a car without help. Most people. And you need to bring someone who knows how to buy a car. I swear to God, used car dealers have resurfaced. There was a time when buying a car was got better. It got better. And now, since COVID, the used car business has gone freaking crazy. It's crazy with the liars, the cheats, and the ripoffs. We have more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right. I already sent him everything.
Okay. All right.
All right, Rhonda, we're going to go ahead and escalate this to one of our deputies to help you out a little bit. His name is Dimitri. He'll be calling you to see if there's anything that he can do, okay? Okay. All right. Bye.
By the way, I think someone should be shot for fucking with Trump's escalator yesterday.
Oh, and the teleprompter.
Now the teleprompter has gone out a million times for other people too.
Yeah,
Not
but
the
on
escalator.
a high profile event like that, see, I always had like a stage manager or something, like when I did my stuff at the Ellie. And we had stage managers go out in between each speaker and test it and make sure everything's good. Now, I'll tell you, there are gremlins in the machine, but not like that. Not like when it works for one person and then doesn't work for another person.
I can't say that the teleprompter was malicious, but that escalator sure as shit was.
Well, yeah. Yeah.
Someone wanted to fall.
Because the #1 preset on the free iHeartRadio app. Listen for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. Homeland Security confirms 3 detainees were shot today at the ICE facility in Dallas, and 2 are dead. That information differing from a briefing earlier when the Dallas police chief appeared alongside ICE and FBI officials and announced 1 victim was deceased. Authorities also say the shooter was found dead. FBI Special Agent in charge, Joseph Rothrock, says messages on bullets appear to be anti-ICE in nature, but also noted no officer...
Okay, I'm going to take a little walk. Do you want anything?
No. Hey, where's that Estero thing on Saturday?
Oh, it is at... I'll have to send it to you. It's always at the same spot, but I don't know the address right off the top of my head. MyBiggestReturn.com.
Well, I went on there and it just says...
He always does that because he doesn't want people to show up. And I told him, that's a barrier to entry. That's a dumb fucking thing to do, is not to just give all your information. So what if you have drop-ins? You want drop-ins. Okay, I'll find out.
That filled vacancy could also impact the push to release all the Epstein files.
The election of Arizona Democrat Adelita Grijalva to the seat held by her late father Raul was expected. When she's sworn in, Congresswoman Grijalva is due to become the critical 218th member of the House to sign on to a petition that would force a vote on a measure requiring the release of the Epstein files. If that bill were to pass the House, it would go to the Senate and then have to be signed by President Trump in order to become law. GOP leadership opposes the bill, saying it's unnecessary and risks the privacy of not only Epstein's victims, but also his associates who've never been charged with a crime. Stephen Portnoy, ABC News, Washington.
Typhoon Magasa on the move, slamming Hong Kong with surge and floodwaters along with heavy winds. Southeast China also bracing for the powerful storm to make landfall with more than 2 million people evacuated. I'm Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
Hey, there he is. How's it going? I'm having a stroke. Are you going to shake my hand or what? I'm having a stroke. Wow, you're not even moving your arm. I'm having a stroke. Are you okay? I'm having a stroke. Your face looks weird too. I'm having a stroke. Are you having a seizure or something? I'm having a stroke.
When someone is having a stroke, they may not be able to say it with words, but their body language will tell you loud and clear.
I'm having a stroke.
You just need to know the sudden signs. Look for FAST, F-A-S-T. F, face drooping. A, arm weakness. Or S, speech difficulty. Then T, time. Time to call 911 immediately, because the sooner they get to the hospital, the sooner they'll get treatment. And that can make a remarkable difference in their recovery. Know the sudden signs. Face, arm, speech, time. Spot a stroke fast. Visit strokeassociation.org. Brought to you by the American Stroke Association and the Ad Council.
Hi. I had a UTI when I died. That was very
12:03.
Oh.
That's
okay. No, it isn't okay. You didn't even give me a chance to say hi, bye, or nothing. I'm sitting on a toilet. Cindy! Who does that? The rest of the
State sales website is
Yeah.
and you can't search by word.
That's right. That's right.
Pictures. So you have time.
Yeah, and I wasn't looking for a chair. I buy bronzes to like very high-end bronzes to flip them.
There's people who go to says
I think so.
yeah. So really business. It's a long time.
That's what
I.
Oh yeah, you need more thing. While I'm looking for these bronzes, I encountered furniture.
Yeah.
Too. I would miss the look for specific. This is specific colors. Yeah, like a bronze sculpture.
Last century or
they're not ancient. Sculptures that I know. This works very expensive. Last week I picked up a big, not a deal, but an 18th century French sculpture. I'll flip it to a art gallery. To my habits, but like we had 5 minutes. That's a lot. So I do end up with some problems. They're working to be. So it's kind of and there's not enough inventory to. That's the only. Yeah, that's So the first question, some of them ship. So I bought two Jersey a couple weeks ago. They ship. Inquired about that.
Okay, we're going to go.
Afternoons 4 to 6.
Tuesday at 4, President Trump says Ukraine can fight and win back all of its land should the U.S. help finance that. And one of my favorite people, Barb Kirkmeyer, running for governor. Let's break down that race. Join me at 4.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. We are here to help you solve problems, to answer questions, to take your complaints, make life just a little easier. So what is going on in your life? I have Brad O'Brien with me from O'Brien Legal Services to talk about real estate. We also talked about how cardboard can predict things that might happen in the economy. I've gotten some questions about. They want that explained again. Some tuned in late to that. And we also talked about Buc-ee's no longer accepting returns. All sales are final. And by the way, in general, all sales are final. In general. I mean, that should be the default. We've gotten used to a world where people accept returns. And really, they don't have to. Unless an item is defective, no one really has to accept a return. But more and more companies have over the years accepted returns. And what I have found in dealing with consumers for 50 years is that they spend more with companies that have a liberal return policy. Why? Because they don't feel trapped in a transaction. For example, Amazon, I think, of all the companies ever makes it the easiest to return something. Even if you bought it by mistake, changed your mind, no longer need it. There are all kinds of reasons where you can return something to Amazon and they make their retailers take it back. Now, that gives consumers a feeling of confidence. I can buy it. And if it's not any good, I can send it back and get a credit. Even in cases where retailers balk at giving a return or a refund, Amazon will sometimes step in and do it for them and then go after the retailer. They take you out of the fight. I think this is excellent. One of the original retailers to have a very liberal return policy was Nordstrom. Nordstrom's used to take things back for any reason. In fact, there were stories about how Nordstrom would take something back that you bought at another store. There were such great stories at one time about Nordstrom customer service. They were one of the first retailers to really give super customer service. Then after that, the word got out and everyone tried to match Nordstrom customer service. But now I don't think anyone can match Amazon. Why do people shop at Amazon? Why is retail dying? Because you can go to Amazon right now and have something delivered in the morning. You don't have to go through inventory. You don't have to search for things. You don't have to worry about it being in stock. You go to Amazon, you find it, you order it, you get it within a few days, and if you don't like it, you send it back and get a full credit. Amazon has made retail the most comfortable, convenient experience in the world, bar none. That's why they're succeeding. Of course, it took about 20 years of losing money. Amazon never made money. And he kept going and going and going, and now wrote the book. Everyone goes to Amazon. I mean, think about it. I don't even step foot in a store anymore. I can't. Listen, I actually went to a store. I swear to God, this happened to me, and I can't believe it. I went into a store, and I was looking for something. Just call it a widget. What it was is not important. And the guy is walking around trying to help me find a widget. He couldn't find it. So here's what he said to me. He said, I swear to God, I couldn't believe it. And this happened within the last few months. Do you know what he said to me? He said, I can order that for you. Now think about that. Mm-hmm. Think about the stupidity in that statement. I couldn't find a widget in a store where he worked, and they're all walking around with their red vests on. And he said, well, we can order that for you. And I said, do you know what century we're living in right now?
Ouch.
I laughed about it. I said, do you understand that I stopped here just because I was driving by and I figured I could just drop in and get it? It took me longer to park than I could order it on Amazon. But I did it. I was on my way home and I did it. And now you say you can order it for me. I said, do you realize I can go home right now and have it on my doorstep tomorrow morning? Because he was talking about ordering it for me, getting it in stock, and then calling me. Think about it. I don't even know why people step foot in stores anymore. How do you shop? Do you still go to stores? Do you? I mean, Brad O'Brien, do you go to stores? Do you go to retail stores or do you go to Amazon? I'm serious. How do you shop for normal stuff?
A lot of Amazon, but if I need something quick, like Home Depot kind of stuff.
Yeah,
Home Depot.
Yeah, of course. I think Home Depot is pretty quick and easy. But even for stuff at Home Depot sometimes, rather than going in and trying to figure out where it is or what it is, I swear to God, I have become online for even groceries. I mean, I go on and I pick my stuff and I have it delivered. And I think that is the future.
It's actually the present.
Well, okay, that's right. It is the present.
Yeah.
I would say more and more people are starting to do this. Why waste gas? Why waste time? Why waste energy? And there's nothing worse than an idiot who is in a store and doesn't know their product or inventory. And here's another thing you get with retail you never have to put up with anymore. I was looking for a fender washer. For those listening, a fender washer is a big surface of a washer with a little hole in the middle, as opposed to the hole being bigger than the washer's bigger than the hole, okay? A fender washer. You use it to bear pressure on a wider area with a smaller hole in the middle. So I just wanted to explain it. It wasn't a normal washer. So I go in to Home Depot. It was Home Depot at the time. And I said, I need some fender washers. So the guy who probably came out of retirement, he looked like he came out of retirement, and he took that out of my hand and he's looking at it. Again, in the time he was looking at it, I could have ordered a dozen of them on Amazon, but I just happened to be at Home Depot. And he says, we don't have any.
What?
Now, no. It's because he looked at it and he was looking at washers. He took me to the washer aisle, the attachments, and couldn't find it. He says, I don't think we have any. And right over his left shoulder, there was a bin of fender washers. I reached over and I says, you mean these? It pissed me off so much that I just said, forget it. Walked out, went home, and ordered it on Amazon. Razor, I don't know what you're commenting on Sears. Sears is a dinosaur that went and died, and you can find a fossil now and then. But what is your comment on Sears?
How did they drop the ball? How did they not do Amazon? They had everything they had, the catalog, the ordering, the delivery, yet somehow they didn't put it online.
Yeah, you're right. Why did Sears die is what you're saying. I don't know why they did. By the way, Walmart refuses to die. They have a similar shopping platform to Amazon. They've even engaged other retailers like Amazon, and they have their little logo and their delivery trucks and all of that. No, Walmart said, we're not going to die on the vine. We're not going to die. Target's going to die. Target will be dead soon, the store. They've not picked up on the online stuff. But you're right. Sears at one time had everything it took to be an online retailer, but they died.
The internet.
Tyrannosaurus Rex. I'm telling you,
some old guy down there at the CEO going, that interwebs will never take off.
Yeah, I know. I remember one time telling a guy who was in real estate, I did do this. It was years ago. He said, I have a website. And I said, a website? I said, people don't want to go online to buy real estate. I said, you're wasting your time. This was in the very, 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 very beginning. I mean, I didn't think the internet was going to take off.
What?
This was in the very beginning. I'm talking about when you had to use fetch to find your stuff, when it was a dot. It wasn't the World Wide Web. It was before www.
Oh, back when it was still Usenet.
It was not. No, it wasn't even that. It was, you had to literally do a search query that went out over lines to someone else's computer. So, and most of it, people don't really remember the early days of the internet. They think they do, but they don't, because you literally, do you know what you were searching? You were searching universities' computers.
Yeah.
You would go out with a dot command and you would write a command query that would, and then then fetch was one of the most, oh my God, I can't believe this little dog's going to actually go out and find me information. But what you got, your results on the internet when you went out to search, were folders. And those folders resided on other computers, not usually, in every case I could see, on university computers. So some professor would be doing research and have a folder sitting on his server. You would go and tunnel through wades, through loads and loads of wires, get to that university and be let into that computer, into a public folder. Then you drill down that public folder into a file that you wanted. Then you had to download that file. There was nothing, www did not exist, and there was no graphic representation. You didn't see what you got. You literally downloaded a doc file. If it was even a doc file then, it was a TXT. So you would download files, and if you didn't get the right file, you had to go tunneling again to the internet. So I was on the internet before they even allowed you to have an internet address. There were no internet addresses. There was not an address. What you had was something similar to an IP address, but it wasn't an IP address. It was an address, though. It was a long digital address. And you would give that long digital address out to a discussion group so they could dot their way into your folder. That's how early I was to the internet. And I thought it was fascinating, but I didn't think it would take off. And in essence, I was right. It didn't take off in that form. It was too cumbersome. You had to be a computer programmer to really know how to find stuff on the so-called internet. In fact, they called it something else. I forget what it was, but it was some kind of mutual net or something. And all you were doing is sharing your server with the world. People would then tunnel in to your server to a folder that you let be public. and then they would download files that you put there that they could download. And at that time, we didn't have a bunch of a-holes out there, so you didn't have to worry about viruses or people going in, because literally people could go in and delete your files. I mean, it was crazy how open and honest it was. And no, Al Gore did not invent it. It was done way before Al Gore. But I'll never forget when they then introduced the little dog called Fetch, and then they had other similar ones where you would tell the dog what to find, and the dog would retrieve the file for you, and you thought it was absolute magic that you could write a search inquiry, and instead of you going out and having to go into different computers and then backing out because you didn't find what you wanted, Fetch would go do all that and only come up with what you asked for. That's right. Whatever happened, it all got modernized to the World Wide Web, and thank God it did. I mean, think of how the web has changed our lives.
Break time.
Absolutely changed our lives. Deputy Bo has a follow-up I'll take right after this, an update on a problem we took about a stolen car right after this.
Fall is a great time to plant trees during the Tree Farm's 50-cent tree sale. Buy the first tree at regular price and choose a second tree for only 50 cents. These are perfect trees for your yard, farm, ranch, or mountain property. 6-year-old 4 to 5 foot tall evergreen trees now get 2 for only $3.50. Choose from Serbian spruce, Vanderwolf limber pine, and ponderosa pine. Let the Tree Farm come see.
You take I-25 to exit 235, then 5 miles west to the Tree Farm.
All right, let's talk about greatwesternbuildings.com. I absolutely love this company because they have cleaned up the steel building business. If you're looking for a steel building, don't go anywhere else. These guys truly are the factory, 120,000 square feet in Grand Junction, Colorado, employing 150 people or more, and they're direct to the consumer. You see, so many of these companies lie to you and say that they are direct to the consumer, but they're not real factories. This is a real factory, 100% American steel, lifetime structural warranty, a 40-year warranty on their finishes. You need to call them if you want a barn, a garage, a warehouse, an office building, anything. They can do it for you. GreatWesternBuildings.com, 303-495-5701. Hey, now maybe you want some solar to go along with that business. Red Rocks Roof and Solar, they are your commercial solar system installer. They can do it all. You see, Red Rock said, we want to help people get their systems paid for by the government and teach them how to make money on their system by selling back to the grid or to end users. Red Rocks is the only company catering to people who want a commercial solar system. If you're one of them, give them a call. Now, that doesn't mean you have to have a giant factory. You could have a home-based business or an agribusiness. Call them and find out more. RedRocksRS.com, 303-704-2449.
You said you have 4 with Vestera?
Have what?
You have 4 investments with
Yeah.
Vestera?
4.
What cities are they in?
I can't go number 2 anymore.
All summer, your AC has been running through your furnace, coating it with dirt, dust, and debris. The number one killer of furnaces. Don't wait for costly breakdowns with First Cold Snap. Get Fix It 24/7. That extreme clean, check and tune, just $39. The only ones who truly clean each and every part, like a refurbishment. For new customers, just $39. Protect your system and your wallet. Fix It 24/7. Hometown partners of the Broncos. Go to fixmyhome.com. Click book now. Man, I'm happy to tell you about the only realtor that made the cut for Team Dave Logan, and that is Troy Hansford. I recommend Troy because he's the only agent that will guarantee to sell your home at your price, or he'll write you a check for $5,000. And the good news, he puts that in writing. He can make that guarantee because he spends tens of thousands of dollars generating demand. And right now, he has hundreds of approved home buyers ready to buy. He just doesn't have enough houses. So if you have a house, Troy might have that perfect buyer for you right now. Give him a call, 720-900-4433. Let me tell you a story. Just last week, Troy listed a house that was on the market for almost a
Doing
month.
stuff with Chepper again.
Ooh,
A little FaceTime doesn't hurt.
Good things?
Yeah, helping a guy with the Bengals get his poop in a group for a broadcast from here Monday. Because isn't that who we're playing Monday?
Correct, yes.
So we got a feller from the home station, kind of a Ryan Edwards. Well, no, maybe more of a, I don't know, some sports dude from their station who's going to do something from here.
Like an AJ guy or something?
It's a old school host. I was going to say more like Dave Logan, but he's not part of the football broadcast. But he is a legendary douche nozzle from Cincinnati.
Sure, yeah.
Baby, if you've ever wondered, I still hold that gift very precious. Kelly 1,000 years ago got me a WKRP shirt. Now, have you know
Been
it's
a while.
in a Ziploc so I don't fuck it up, huh?
I said it's been a while.
Kelly's sweet.
Yeah, it's on the inside mostly. All right, you kids have fun.
Woohoo!
Yay.
Oh, I won't be back tomorrow.
True.
K-House Studios. Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com.
Hi, Tom Martino, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Deputy Bo, you have a follow-up. What's going on, Bo?
Yeah, this call came in on September 11th. Nathaniel called in complaining about how his car was stolen.
His car was stolen, a 2008 Chevy Trailblazer. And he said he got it back and it was stolen again. He went to the police department and filled out a report. Then he got notice that he had some unpaid traffic tickets, to add insult to injury. Now Broomfield Police says his car was found abandoned. He went to police impound, and they're going to make him pay $1,000 in fines before he can get his car back.
Well, this story is not totally accurate from Nathaniel. He is right. The car did get stolen twice, but on the second time, I went to the Denver Sheriff impound lot. Nathaniel did go in to the sheriff's twice to try to claim his car, and he couldn't prove ownership of the vehicle. So the Denver Sheriff could not release it to him. They did send him a notice stating he could ask for a hearing, And basically, the car is stolen in a way because the sheriff sold his car at auction 3 weeks ago. And I contacted the public information officer there, and I said, maybe you should have given this guy a better chance. And the PIO said that he came in twice. He just couldn't prove ownership. And, Tom, I didn't know this. The Denver sheriff will only keep a car if there's no claim. After 30 days, they put it to auction. I thought they left the vehicle there for months.
Wow.
So I called Nathaniel and told him about this, and he says, well, Broomfield Police keeps calling me that his car's in Broomfield. So I'm wondering whoever the Denver sheriff sold his car to abandoned it in Broomfield.
Wait. You're talking about they sold it after the second theft and recovery, right?
After the second theft.
How the hell, I mean, what kind of luck does this guy have that his car was stolen twice? I don't get it.
And what I don't understand
How did he get it back the first time? How did he get it back the first time? He had to prove ownership, right?
I believe a friend picked it up for him.
Yeah, but what kind of ownership? I mean, how did he prove ownership the first time?
Because I think he went with somebody else who was the true owner of the car.
Oh, you don't think he was the owner?
Tom, I know he wasn't the owner. I mean, the PIO did an extensive investigation. They would not tell me who the owner is, but it wasn't Nathaniel. That's why they told it. And then Nathaniel must be on a different planet or something, in my opinion, because the vehicle is not his. And I'm sure the sheriff did a thorough job about trying to find out who the owner is. But it's
Did
not
Nathaniel? Does Nathaniel still claim it's his car?
Yes, he does.
What kind of impression do you get about Nathaniel? Is he dreaming, or I mean, does he know the owner of the car, or what?
I think he knows the owner of the car. I think they're roommates or something, but it was just kind of bizarre just dealing with him. And I wish he would have told me he went into the sheriff's department twice to try to claim it. Because they spent a lot of time trying to dig through the facts of this case. But he never had ownership of the car.
Okay.
And that's why the sheriff sold it.
So somebody lost out, just not Nathaniel. I'll bet you Nathaniel was using the car and it was stolen. But how does it get stolen twice? That's what I don't understand. Something's fishy about this case. Something is really weird. But thank you for looking into it. At least we can put it to bed. Thank you very much. You have any other things you're working on, Bo?
We do have a question for Brad O'Brien.
Yeah, Brad is here. Let's talk to him. Brad O'Brien, attorney at law for real estate.
So, Brad, I was working on this case a few months ago with the public storage, and basically our caller they kicked her out because she was violating the lease. There was some flooding going on, and she didn't want to participate in my investigation anymore. But what I'm curious about with public storage places is the notice. What's the procedure for getting someone out of a storage unit? Is it the same as residential, where you have to give the 10-day notice?
No, storage facilities are non-residential leases, and the way it's drafted, it might be a lease, it might be a license. A license is a non-possessory interest. It's just a right to come and go and keep your stuff there. So it would be much more expedited to essentially evict somebody from public storage than residents.
So even though they have a lease, they're renting. They're renting, Brad. It's like renting a house.
Yes, it's a non-residential premises. So all these residential landlord-tenant protection statutes do not apply to non-residential.
Okay. So how does the owner of the public storage unit get somebody out? Don't they have to go through the proper notice?
Well, number one is to follow the procedures in the written contract that the landlord and tenant have on the storage contract, and if that doesn't resolve it, I suppose they go to court.
Okay.
So here's the deal. When it comes to storage facilities, though, they have a whole body of law
Yes, they
unto
do.
themselves.
Yeah.
On what access people have and how much warning you have to give them. And then I know from watching Storage Wars, now that may not be germane to Colorado, but watching that, there's a whole process they go through. And then the last resort is the eviction, which in this case, they actually open the unit and sell the goods.
Yeah. I'm not up to speed on that body of law, that those statutes, and that is very state by state specific.
Absolutely. So anyway, 303-713. Thank you, Bo, for finding out about that guy. It deserves a dinger for sure. So that guy called up and was complaining about his car being stolen, and it turns out it wasn't his car. 303-713-8255. Renew Home Innovations, the most beautiful walk-in showers you want to see, with porcelain walls, with no kind of maintenance whatsoever, and just absolute beauty. They can do the whole bathroom, or they can do just the shower, and it's a custom-made shower in 2 or 3 days. You have a year to pay with no interest. That's incredible. 303-904-2000. 904-2000. RenewHomeInnovations.com.
This is Denver's talk station with Michael Brown in the morning and Dan Kaplis in the afternoon. 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
From the Superstar Car Wash Traffic Center.
This report is sponsored by the Harlem Globetrotters.
Here's a look at the roads out there right now. There's a stall on westbound I-70 at Monaco causing backups to I-225. It's congested on northbound I-25 from Alameda to Spear. The road construction in both directions of I-25 around Wolfsonburger and Castle Rock has clear traffic moving once again. There is some construction on southbound Platte River Drive from I-25 to Mississippi. With traffic, I'm Vida Urbonis.
This isn't just a game. It's a once-in-a-generation event. The Harlem Globetrotters 100-year tour. Come be a part of a legacy that never stops. Be there when history is made. The Harlem Globetrotters 100-year tour. Get your tickets today at harlemglobetrotters.com.
Sheridan Auto Tech is the place to go for honesty, efficiency, value, everything you want, including experience when it comes to auto repair. You know, Kevin Calkin and his team treat you like family. They're in an excellent location on West Colfax. On West Colfax. It's on Colfax west of Wadsworth, and there's plenty of parking. It's a beautiful facility, and I take my cars there. You should too. They save you a ton of money from what dealers charge. 303-455-7242. All maintenance and repairs, including electrical issues. SheridanAutotech.com.
Worried?
All right. I did find where I could lock the card. Man, I'm telling you. Marc Mager. If you're looking for a home loan, you need to call CMG Financial. They're going to save you a ton of money. Don't let the other guys fool you. Go to partnerinlending.com. Partnerinlending.com.
Hi, folks. Dan Chikini, Done Right No Approvals. My wife Susan and I started Done Right Now Garage in 1985, doing a little of everything. We've grown to be one of the largest companies of our kind in Colorado, specializing in kitchens, baths, counter floors, finished basements, and windows and doors. Serving Colorado 40 years. And what an adventure it's been. We've learned to make money from a successful business and never change. That is, treat people like you want to be treated, do good work, price fairly, and back up what you say. That's our success formula. Here's our son Todd. That's right, Dad. Been getting that my
Some people are pissed at how I came down on retail, but I'm telling you, it's fucking inconvenient. I don't give a shit. It's just bullshit.
Sensation in your feet? You may have grown used to it, but Dr. Anderson, D.C. from Front Range Medical Center wants to tell you why you need further treatment. Encephalopathy is nerve damage to the lower legs. Symptoms are numbness, burning, shooting pain, and balance issues. Can it be treated? Absolutely can in most situations with great results. More importantly, immediate untreated can lead to serious complications. If you have burning, tingling, numbness, coldness in your hands and feet, or balance issues, call Front Range Medical Center for a nerve damage screen. The first 10 callers will receive a free nerve damage screen, which includes consultation and evaluation, valued at $245. Call Front Range Medical Center at 720-823-0784. That's 720-823-0784 for your free nerve damage screening. Find out more at denverneuropathy.com.
.com. Denver's talk station. Online at khout.com.
Hi, Tom Martino here. I do have some text for Brad O'Brien, attorney at law. Let me get to him. Let me find him here. Where is it? Anyway, hold on. I'll find it. So sorry. This is crazy. Okay, here we go. All right. So this guy wants to know, do these new tenant landlord laws apply only to residential or commercial? I'm a commercial landlord. I've tried to find this out. So, what about the new tenant landlords? I mean, the laws that we talk about, just cause and all of that, is that just residential?
Yes, that is just residential. Like 99% of the new stuff in the last 5 years has been just residential, not commercial.
Okay. What kind of laws are there for commercial? Are there a separate set of laws, or is it just basic contract law?
Basic contract law. Parties are free to negotiate contracts the way they see fit.
Okay. So somebody wrote to me about the early stages of the internet, and they said it was originally established by the Defense Department, who wanted to communicate with universities, and that was called ARPANET, and that's what they did in the very, very beginning. And that's when I basically broke into it, is right after that, because I don't know how it happened. I don't know if it was officially open to the public or if it was just for people who found out how to do it. Because as I remember, there were no barriers. I mean, it was open. It was just amazing how easy it was to tunnel into the computers of these universities. And this was way back. I'm trying to think what year that was. I mean, it was way back.
Were we talking about early 90s or late 80s, Tom, in your case?
In the mid to late 80s.
Mid 80s?
Yes, mid to late
Wow.
80s.
Okay.
I remember and really no one called it the internet. It was just, I don't know, when you got on a computer, maybe it was late 80s. You got on a computer and the series of commands you had to make were so weird.
Yeah, it was a Unix interface at the time.
Well, whatever it was, and I call it tunneling because you would literally, what it showed you sometimes was a folder outline structure. So you could go to the folder that you wanted. I have a question for Brad O'Brien. I have a rental unit and I'm going to be marketing it toward a midterm rental, more than 30 days, but less than a year. Is there anything any considerations that I need to take into consideration? Well, I don't even understand what that means. So he wants to rent his place out more than a month, but less than a year. But no matter what, Brad, you tell me these new laws do take effect after a year, whether or not it was on a year's lease or not.
Month-to-month terms, month-to-month leases have to have a 21-day advance notice of termination. So that 21 days is different if it's a 6-month lease or a full year lease. So that there is a distinction between how long the lease is in that first year.
So let's break that down. If I have a place I want to rent out on a monthly, on a monthly basis, can I just rent something out for 60 days and get rid of the person?
Yes, you can. If you state a certain end date of that 60 days, you don't have to give the tenant any notice. 60 days are up. They're required to move out.
Okay.
Yep.
If they don't move out?
The problem is when you have a recurring tenancy, like month to month, not like 1 month and you're gone, but month to month or every 6 months.
Can you make a month to month terminate every month where you have to renew it to protect yourself?
I think you would have to affirmatively go and sign an extension every month.
So, but if I guess what I'm trying to do is if I want to ultimately retain absolute control and I don't want to fall under just cause or anything, with that person at the end of the 12-month period, they have to be there 12 months before the just cause kicks in, right?
That's right.
So what if they're there 11 months and I terminate the lease? Do they have to vacate and come back for it to be a new lease, or is there some way to suspend it or to do some kind of other agreement for that last month? Or is it simply if they're there, they now fall into the just cause?
If they are physically there for 12 months, a year, then they have these rights that kick in that they are entitled to a renewal. So even if they are there before you start an eviction proceeding and they're past their, if you do an 11-month lease and they happen to still be there at 12 months, then they get these rights.
Wait a minute. If they're supposed to be there only 11 months and they hold over and it goes to 12 months, then you have to have a just cause. I mean, at the 11th month, you don't need a just cause. You can just say, I want to evict you, okay? On the 11th month, right? But if they don't leave voluntarily and it goes into 12 months, now you have to have a just cause where you didn't before.
Yeah, that's my interpretation of the new statutes. I think what cuts it off...
Well, that's weird. So at 11 months, you can't get rid of somebody in a month.
No, I think my interpretation is that once an unlawful detainer has started, and that is they're past, unlawful detainer is when they're past the time that they're allowed to be there.
11 months.
Okay. And you've given a proper notice to terminate the tenancy, which could be a 3-day notice.
Right.
If they're there after that 3 days, then an unlawful detainer has started. At that point, I think that if they then go into the 12-month period or 12-month plus period, then they don't get these rights.
Okay, because they're unlawfully there.
That's right.
Okay, and somebody else wants, and I knew this was going to come up. Somebody wants to know about squatters. Okay, they have someone. They had a rental, and they hadn't visited it for a while, and some people are living in it. How do they get rid of them?
Well, there's an expedited eviction set of statutes for squatters, basically the squatter statutes.
Okay, so was that written specifically because of the squatter problem?
Yes, I assume so.
So this landlord apparently shows up on something he thought was vacant and someone is in there. Then what does he do?
Right. Then there's a procedure in the squatter statutes to give them notice, to have the sheriff come out there. It's much quicker than a regular eviction.
It is.
Yep. I can't summarize the procedure.
No, I understand.
Quickly,
but it's much quicker than a regular one.
Yeah.
Because for a while there, people were having a real problem getting rid of squatters.
Yep. Now, the squatters, to use that statute, have to be complete strangers. It can't be somebody that you formerly rented to. Can't be somebody that's a relative of yours. So
Really?
it has to be totally somebody that just broke in and just squatted.
Okay.
You don't know who they are.
All right. What if it's someone you rented to in the past and they came back after a few months? They noticed it was still vacant and they came back.
I think you could use a squatter.
All right, I got it.
Then
I got to take this break. We got more coming up.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by the Harlem Globetrotters.
Some minor slowdowns on the north end of town. I-25 southbound at 84th Avenue. We've got a stall in the left lane right under the pass. Slow traffic back from Thornton Parkway. I think about 4 or 5 minutes to your commute. Pretty calm driving otherwise throughout the Denver metro. Heading out west into the high country. I-70 westbound closed between Copper Mountain and Vale due to an accident. Watch out for some major slowdowns and potential detours around the area. With traffic, I'm Mark Swan.
This isn't just a game. It's a once-in-a-generation event. The Harlem Globetrotters 100-year tour. Come be a part of a legacy that never stops. Be there when history is made. The Harlem Globetrotters 100-year tour. Get your tickets today at harlemglobetrotters.com.
I know you can feel it. The cold is in the air. Fix It 24/7 is still offering this incredible deal of just $39 for an extreme clean, tune, and check of your furnace with a no breakdown guarantee. Their goal is to keep your furnace from breaking down with costly breakdowns. It adds life and efficiency to your furnace for just $39. FixMyHome.com. Book now or call 720-526-3939. Do it before the cold snap. FixMyHome.com. Hey, if you're in trouble and you need a criminal defense attorney, the last thing in the world you want to do is shop when you're under pressure. You know, people do stupid things sometimes, or they're falsely accused, or there's a plethora of excuses. No matter what it is, if you need a criminal defense attorney, I want to point you to Joseph A. Lazzara, Lazzara. He does free initial consultations always. And then, depending on your offense, there is a flat rate fee according to your offense, and you will never be nickeled and dimed. It's a flat rate that you know and can predict and pay. 303-429-6200. 303-429-6200.
Bad.
That's me, by the way, playing that.
What's inside the house?
He made it really funny.
So she's like, she was on NBC. That's been a Viking.
Groups much. But this issue does not have to control you. Regenerative care can do a lot to help
Even her
repair
sex.
damaged tissue, including nerves.
When did you first get on the internet?
Tingling and numbness that so many folks get, especially as we get a little bit older. If you want to learn more about how Regen Revolution
In 92, there wasn't the World Wide Web.
Just about to start, so it was about 4
They didn't have a URL at that time.
It was called Usenet. And a few months later, the World Wide Web opened and Mosaic came out in the same time. So you could,
Yeah, I remember.
preceded the World Wide Web. Just that was my first internet business. I used to sell used traffic.
Use what? Traffic lights?
I made
When did eclectic background?
I should use traffic.
You're probably more.
Oh, thank you.
NFL coverage should be informative and entertaining. And twice a week, that is exactly what you're going to get. Open up your free iHeartRadio app, search NFL Cover Zero with Matt Jones and Drew Franklin, and listen now.
Reverse myself, Tom. This question you asked me. Tenant who moved out and then breaks back in can't use perspective.
I guess it's top of the hour.
Previously gave.
Okay, I see.
Has to be black and white. Complete stranger.
All based on real data from your own body. You know what? That's science you can trust. Go to Viome.com now and use promo code THRIVE to save $50 on any full body intelligence test. That's VIOME.com.
Never had to use a splatter statue.
Save $50. Get the best deal
What's that?
Splatter statues most springs.
Oh, I see.
A lot of those stories originate. They trash the hell out of that house.
Yeah, it was Denver.
KRFX HD2 Denver. KHOW Denver, an iHeart radio station. Make us the #1 preset on the free iHeart radio app. Listen for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
NBC News. I'm Michelle Franzen. The FBI and Dallas police investigating a deadly shooting at an ICE facility today. ICE officials in a statement say no ICE officers were injured and say 3 people were shot. Authorities say the shooter also died from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. ABC's Aaron Katursky has more on the chaos.
We saw a statement from the Department of Homeland Security indicating that all 3 of those who were shot were definitively detainees of ICE and that 2 of them had died, even though Dallas police said in that news conference that 1 had died. So there is a bit of a discrepancy between the federal and local law enforcement agencies.
Ukraine's President
Oh, so I didn't realize we're at the top of the 1 o'clock hour. I'm going to go get coffee. I just realized that. I'll step away for a minute. We're not coming. No, we're right into the 1 o'clock.
We're in the news right now.
Okay, sorry. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yep.
I'll leave all the mics on if you guys want.
Okay.
I just have to go grab some coffee.
ABC's Sherry Preston has more on reaction.
Several educators who've been fired have filed federal lawsuits challenging their terminations, which they say were for posts on their personal social media accounts. In the complaints, they each argue their First Amendment right to free speech has been violated. American Federation of Teachers President Randy Weingarten says acts of violence and hate must be condemned, but censorship and firing people for their private opinions expressed on their personal time is wrong.
The deadline is November 18th for AT&T customers whose data was leaked last year to claim part of a $177 million settlement. Over the course of 2024, tens of millions of AT&T customers had personal information leaked onto the dark web in two separate cyber attacks. I'm Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
I wasn't prepared to be a caregiver to Mom, but a little over a year ago, we realized she couldn't take care of herself without our help. And well, how could I not be there for her? I had no idea how hard it would be, and just what I would need to know. Things I never thought of, like how to improve her mood and, even for me, ways to stay positive. Luckily, I found the Caregiving Resource Center from AARP. It had articles about the basics that got me started, but also information about the hurdles I was facing in this new role. I could even connect with experts and hear from others who'd been in my place. I know this road we're on isn't an easy one, but I'm really happy to have the extra help for her and for me. Caregiving Resource Center is aarp.org/caregiving. Articles, tips, and tools to help you both care for your loved ones and care for yourself. This message is brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
KHOW News Time, 103. Technology is being credited for helping find a missing Boulder girl who was the subject of an Amber Alert yesterday. It was issued after police say she was forced into a pickup Monday night. Boulder Police Chief Steve Redfern said the flock safety camera system of license plate readers helped find the girl quickly.
We learned that very shortly after this incident allegedly occurred that the suspect vehicle was seen on a flock camera in Fulton. We were able to get with Fulton PD right away, say, hey, get some cars in this area, start checking.
Police located the girl and the 19-year-old suspected driver in Thornton. The ACLU of Colorado has filed another lawsuit against federal immigration authorities. The lawsuit would force ICE to release documents requested by the ACLU last month. The organization wants information about the agency's plans to increase detention capacity in Colorado and Wyoming. The ACLU sued ICE in April for failing to respond to a previous Freedom of Information Act request. That lawsuit led to the release of documents in July. That's the latest. I'm Chad Bauer.
Now, impact traffic from the Superstar Car Wash Traffic Center.
This report is sponsored by the Harlem Globetrotters.
Hey, Kachina.
Yeah.
You can get Larry Miller on since we don't have calls. I want to plug the thing for this weekend.
You mean Barry Miller?
I'm sorry, Barry Miller. Yeah, thanks.
Okay.
This isn't just a game. It's a once-in-a-generation event. The Harlem Globetrotters 100-year tour. Come be a part of a legacy that never stops. Be there when history is made. The Harlem Globetrotters 100-year tour. Get your tickets today at harlemglobetrotters.com.
Facing a job loss? Considering a pension buyout, a severance package.
Tom, do you have much experience with car titles and the paperwork on the back?
No,
Okay.
not a lot. I mean, I've done a few. Oh, that's for your car.
Yeah. So if I write in the date of sale and purchase price, I don't think I need a bill of sale.
I don't think you need a bill of sale anyway.
Right. That's what he told me. So he just signed the title and then I can fill in the rest. Brett, would you like anything from the kitchen?
Oh, no, I'm good. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell and Cordell. Serving in the military requires great sacrifices, not just for one's country, but also for one's family. Not surprisingly, divorce for soldiers is especially difficult, and it raises a number of challenges that are peculiar to military divorce. Things such as deployments, relocation, retirement benefits. These issues can be complicated, and the lawyer you choose needs to be equipped to handle them. So if you're a soldier facing such challenges, go to CordellCordell.com.
The Grill Care Wash is a 7 triple one-day team of Irish team that
So now it's part of my show prep to listen to each day.
Wow.
Yeah. The Situation with Michael Brown. Mornings at 6.
That is a good promo.
On 630 KHOW.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. Welcome to the show, 303-713-8255. Let's talk about your problems, questions, and complaints. We have Brad O'Brien with us from O'Brien Legal Services. We talked a little bit about squatters and when you use the squatter statute. And there is an expedited eviction process for squatters. It used to be, I'm serious about this. It sounds ridiculous, but it used to be if you went on vacation and came home and found someone in your home, you couldn't get rid of them. You had to go through a long, involved process. And literally, you could not lock them out. I mean, I'm serious. It was that ridiculous. You come home from vacation and someone's living in your home and they claim a residency and they claim that they are supposed to be there. You can't just kick them out. You couldn't drag them out of the house and lock the door. You would be in trouble. They expedited the eviction process for squatters, but Brad mentioned that you can use this expedited process. Brad O'Brien, a real estate attorney today, he said you could expedite the process if they're truly squatters. But if you know them, or what's the rule on when you cannot use the squatters' eviction, I call it?
The squatters have to be complete strangers, and I need to reverse myself on what I said right before the break when I spoke off the cuff. It cannot be someone who's related to the landlord or the owner of the property. It cannot be a former tenant, even if that tenant moved out and then broke back in after having moved out. That's where I got it wrong.
Okay, so if you had a tenant that moved out or you used to rent to, and all of a sudden they come back without you knowing about it.
Yeah, they broke.
And they start living there. You can't simply use the expedited process.
No, in that case, you have to use the regular eviction statutes, because it appears to me that the squatter statutes are really there for these black and white situations where it's a complete stranger, not somebody you had a previous relationship with, because that's where it gets gray, because then they might tell the sheriff.
There might be an issue of fact.
Yeah, right. They might say, oh, well, I was supposed to come back, or I was just going to get early.
I had overpaid.
Yeah.
Now, the expedited process, someone asked, could you briefly outline how that is different from a regular?
Sure. Well, so the owner of the property basically files with the court a verified motion for order to remove unauthorized persons. And so that's basically supported by an affidavit of the property owner to the court supporting these facts. And it's essentially
And basically you file saying they're not supposed to be there.
That's right. It's essentially an ex parte proceeding, which means one-sided proceeding, which means you're not serving the defendant with summons and complaint and requiring them to show up in court and answer. No, you're filing this ex parte verified motion with the court to get a court order, which can then be executed
right away,
24 hours after the owner gets the court order and posts it at the property. It's really quick.
Okay, so I come home, I find someone living in my house or living in a home I had. I don't know them. They're totally strangers. I go to court and file ex parte, meaning I don't have to have them or their attorney there. I don't have to serve them.
Right.
I can file an affidavit and a motion to remove them. And is the court order given immediately?
Well, it's given on an expedited basis.
Okay, so I get a court order, let's say later that day or the next day. I can then take that court order and have them removed?
Yes, once the court has issued the order.
Okay.
Then it has to be posted on the property, and then 24 hours after that, if they're still there, then I suppose you can call it.
So the most they can stay there is 2 or 3 days under this process.
If it actually happens that quickly.
Okay. Well, okay, let's say a week, but it's going to be way different than it used to be. It used to be you had to go through a whole eviction process.
Right, which can
When did this law change?
Let me see if I can.
Because I know that our country went through a really crazy time for a while where shoplifting was let go. Everything, I swear to God, you didn't have to register your car. You didn't have to have tags. You could shoplift. You could literally walk out of a store. No one would do anything. And there were squatters all over. Now, I'm not sure if this was just what was being publicized, but it seemed like a really dark period. It was right after COVID. It was a very dark period, and I don't know what happened, but it was like everybody went crazy with breaking the law. When did this law change for an expedited eviction for squatters?
It was adopted effective July 1st, 2018.
Oh, it was way back then. Well, then why were people posting on YouTube, I can't get rid of the squatter? I wonder why. What were you going to say?
Oh, so Brad, so let's continue the example that Tom set up, and you go to court and you file this ex parte action. And in the meantime, can you also, as a homeowner, move into that house alongside the squatter?
Yes, you can.
Oh, and
an owner of a property always has rights of possession unless they have expressly
unless they have a lease where you can.
Yeah, we're talking about this notorious squatter situation, right? So in this example, a guy moves back into his own house, and maybe the squatter starts to trip and fall all the time.
No. Listen, now it varies from state to state. Maybe we didn't really have the problem here in Colorado because, as I understood it, we had only scenarios like what ifs. But I didn't realize we had an expedited squatter statute for eviction since 2018. So that changes everything. So we probably didn't have the problem here that they had in other states.
We did in the Springs. I mean, just in the last few years, have been a ton of stories about notorious squatters in the Springs that not only squat, but they'll literally trash the house and cost hundreds of thousands of dollars to rebuild.
Yeah, but for some reason, I was thinking it took months to get rid of the squatter.
Same here. Yeah, this is very surprising to hear.
To Dimitri's question about whether you can move back in. Now, in California, it's really hard to evict people. And you have people squatting on these multi-million-dollar mansions.
That's right. Okay. Yeah, those were the ones that showed up on YouTube and stuff.
So some owners there have taken this extrajudicial step of hiring a professional who will move in and be such a thorn in their side, be rude and stinky and just
right.
a bad roommate.
Yeah. An inconvenient roommate.
Which encourages that squatter to voluntarily move out.
And maybe the squatter trips and fall down the stairs too once in a while.
Oh my God, you're getting evil now. Pat, you have a comment on the internet. We've been talking about the early days of the internet and how crazy things have gotten, how quickly it's changed. It's nothing. I mean, those new to the internet have no idea what the early days were like back in the late 80s. Pat, what is your comment?
Well, my parents lived behind a guy in Boulder who moved there in the late 50s, early 60s. And he worked in Rocky Flats with the nuclear testing. And he told me the internet was created to pass information about the nuclear testing back then. And that's what he told me.
Well, it could have been. I know the Defense Department was one of the first one to link computers together with universities. And and it was the Defense Department for sure that started using these linked computers. To call it an internet would have been an over-exaggeration, but it was actually just a bunch of computers that communicated with each other. Thank you for that comment. Appreciate it. Brad, there are currently class action lawsuits about out of control raising of lot rents. Or excuse me, are there any lawsuits about that? He's saying, he said lot rates are getting unreasonable and unaffordable. Mobile homes are the last gasp of decent, affordable housing. Thank you. I'll be listening. What about mobile homes? That's a totally different ballgame.
I don't really practice in the area of mobile home parks or mobile home. At all. I just don't.
And
know
lot
about
rents and all of that.
There is a separate act in the law of Colorado on.
And it's not really considered real estate.
Well, there's two ways. I mean, you can rent a lot from a park, or
you can own a lot.
You can own a lot, yeah.
Now, here's the thing I do know about a bit about some of the things that were going on. Some of these, this was the crazy thing, and it still is about mobile homes. In order to sell a mobile home, a person has to have a place to put the mobile home. And the big problem has been that mobile home parks don't have openings. So what mobile home dealers would do is encourage mobile park owners to get rid of the older trailers, so to speak, so they could fit some of the newer ones in there. Otherwise, no one sells mobile homes. You can't sell a mobile home if you have nowhere to put it. I mean, if the customer has nowhere to put that mobile home, you can't sell it. So unless the customer has their own land that allows mobile homes, most don't, most subdivisions won't allow them, you have to find mobile home parks with available space. The problem over the years has been there are no available spaces for the new mobile homes. So what do? Mobile home parks were given special incentives to get rid of old trailers because the dealers would pay a premium to get these lots. So what they would do is make life miserable for the people who own old trailers. Maybe this happened to you, or maybe you know someone, but I know I've gotten calls and over the years, and I don't know how this has resolved, if it has resolved itself or what or not. But I know there were people who paid their lot rent on time. They had an older mobile home in a mobile home park. They had a lease, and they were forced out. How? Well, they didn't knock on the door and say leave, but they made life miserable. Absolutely miserable. They nitpicked them on every rule and regulation and violating covenants just to get rid of them. Or they found reasons to get rid of them for noisy kids, for bothersome animals. They would call them criminals. It was terrible. I don't know. By the way, I haven't gotten calls on that in a long time, but there was a time if you had an older mobile home in a mobile home park, you were being pressured to get the hell out of there so they could have newer homes come in at higher prices. You see, once they're filled up, they can't accept those newer homes. So they were trying to get rid of the older homes who are paying less money in order to bring in the newer homes. It was a big problem. And again, I don't know how that resolved itself. Maybe the laws were changed or something like that. Or maybe they don't sell that many mobile homes anymore. Because really, if you think about a mobile home, the only time a dealer can sell a mobile home is if there is a place to put the mobile home. Maybe some of you have come across this issue. I don't know. Do you live in a mobile home? I'd like to know what you're doing about it at this point, because as I said, there was a time it was brutal. If you had an older home and you were in a mobile home park, they wanted to get rid of you. I'm Tom Martino. We have a lot to talk about. Compass Insurance Group, by the way, Compass Insurance Group will do a free analysis of your insurance, a look over what you're paying and what's out there to make sure you're not paying too much. That's 303-996-9000.
Broncos fans, get ready for game day at the Broncos VIP Tailgate, brought to you by BullseyeEventGroup.com. The VIP Tailgate is 3 hours prior to kickoff before home games next to Empower Field at the Mile High Monument. Bullseye Event Group Broncos VIP Tailgate is open to all ages, features all-you-can-eat food stations by Food Network chef Aaron May, and a premium open bar for 3 hours. Start Broncos games off right with the Broncos VIP Tailgate. Tickets on sale now at BullseyeEventGroup.com.
FixMyHome.com, that's the website for Fix It 24/7. Fix It 24/7. They're making a last hurrah on their $39 furnace deep clean, tune, and check. Now, here's what I mean. The cold is coming. They're going to be too busy to do this in the future. But right now, if you call, they will do an extreme clean, tune, and check of your furnace for just $39. That is an unheard of price, but only for people who haven't had it done before. If you had it done last year, you won't need it done now. You only need it every few years. But Fix It wants to get you on the schedule before the cold weather hits. FixMyHome.com, 720-526-3939. Oh, what they're doing is raising lot rents. And there are no laws to protect them on it. So they make at Buc-ee's, they make candy and stuff in front of you?
Yeah, candy corn and stuff. They have like hundreds of their own snacks.
Thanks for calling the Troubleshooter Show. Please hold a moment.
And there's this stuff called beaver nuggets, which is like
Chicken nuggets, right?
no, it's a sweet like it's like
Oh.
it's very heavily sugared corn.
God.
I ate one. I think I ate theirs.
Did you hear? The best performing assets of 2025 are in stocks. They are precious metals. This year, gold and silver have risen a staggering 29%. And some experts believe the gold and silver bull market has just begun. Central banks are buying gold to protect against the falling dollar. And silver, it's powering the future. With skyrocketing demand for solar, EVs, and AI, silver is the new oil. So how high could gold and silver soar? Find out. Call Lear Capital, the precious metals leader, at 800-889-3070. Get your free wealth protection kit and see how gold and silver could help your retirement dreams come true. With over $3 billion in trusted transactions, thousands of five-star reviews, Lear is your trusted source. Call now. 800-889-3070. That's 800-889-3070.
It's back in the Big 12 action for the Buffaloes. Hi, this is voice of the boss, Mark Johnson. Saturday, CU entertains BYU under the lights in Boulder. Coverage begins at 6, kickoff at 8:15 on KOA and iHeartRadio.
Imagine cutting out the middleman when getting a new home loan. Whether it's a traditional mortgage, a reverse mortgage, a HELOC, or a refinance, CMG Financial is the leader. They're the bank. They can beat almost any rate out there. I'm consumer advocate Marc Mager. If you're looking for a home loan, you need to try CMG Financial. They're going to save you a ton of money. Don't let the other guys fool you. Go to partnerinlending.com. Partnerinlending.com.
Good afternoon, Tom Martino Show.
Long-term care is the biggest risk facing people over the age of 65. Joe, how can you protect yourself against this risk?
Long-term care insurance is very expensive. Our annuity includes a long-term care benefit.
And as a client of Joe's who has a family history of
Okay, what's your first name?
this benefit is very important to me.
Todd. All right, hang on, Tom. We'll be right with you, okay? Hang on.
This report is sponsored by the Harlem Globetrotters.
Partly sunshine for you Wednesday. Temperatures today are going to be a little warmer, but still below average in the low 70s. Tonight stays pretty light for a warm up tomorrow. I'm Box 31. Here's what Medicine Meteorologist Kylie Griffin.
This isn't just a game. It's a once-in-a-generation event. The Harlem Globetrotters 100-year tour. Come be a part of a legacy that never stops. Be there when history is made. The Harlem Globetrotters 100-year tour. Get your tickets today at harlemglobetrotters.com.
This hour from the Trajan Wealth K-Hub Studios.
Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com. Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Welcome. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Todd, you have a question on long-term insurance. Go ahead, Todd. What's happening?
Yeah, that's correct. So my mom has this long-term care policy, and I'm looking at helping her out with it. My wife and I have had an assisted living business and so forth. And in the policy, it states neither a homemaker companion or home health services can be a provider by a family member or someone already living at the residence prior to the inception of or need for care. And then it restates it again to request a family member other than a spouse or someone living with you prior to the inception of or need for care, contact them and they'll can approve.
Right. We've had this come up before where you have to already, the living arrangement cannot be made after they become disabled.
Correct. And I understand that, and that's clear. However, my contest to this is they're saying at no time can that be the case. And
what do you mean at no time can what be the case? I don't understand what you're asking.
If we ever live in the same household, they will not extend benefits to me for caring for my mom. So like right now I live in my own house.
Right.
And have my own house, and she's in her 80s and physically declining and so forth.
Right.
And looking at eventually either her moving in with us or me moving in with her, kind of depending on it, to help care for her. And they're saying that that is not something that they would approve. They would deny any benefits
because you're not living with her now.
No, they would decline because they're saying I can never live in the same household with them. We're not living with them now. That is correct. But they're saying at no time can we live in the same household. And I said, that's not the way it states. If they wanted to write it that way, that at no time could a family member live with them, they should have put it on here.
Well, okay. What do they say about that? I misunderstood the way you're reading it. So read the clause that you say they're misinterpreting. Read it again slowly.
Okay. Neither homemaker, companion care, nor home care service can be provided by a family member or somebody already living at your home address prior to the inception of or need for the care or services.
Right. So what they're saying is you if you're living, here's what they're saying. If you're living with your mom, this is how I interpret it. If you're living with your mom at the time she becomes disabled and needs this care, you can't be the provider.
Correct. And I agree with that. So the scenario is right now I'm not living with my mom.
Right.
And I am providing, and I have been approved and am providing care for her. However, I'm looking in the future here, near future possibly, where she's going to need more care, and looking at her either moving in with me or me with her. And they're saying that cannot happen. If as soon as we live under the same address, she will no longer receive benefit, or I will no longer be able to receive benefits for her care.
And okay, I can see their reasoning behind that. You're saying they should have read at no time, as opposed to if you're living there at the time she becomes disabled. Listen, it's a matter that contracts are written all the time to be interpreted. Okay, and if you disagree, does she actually have this insurance in place right now?
Yes.
This is a trick that I always use when it comes to insurance. It's not a trick, but it truly works. Did you ask them to highlight the policy language that supports their position?
They said it's in regarding their internal guideline.
So, okay, but it has to be in the policy. It can't be their internal guidelines. In other words, that policy is all there is. You don't have to follow any of their internal policies. So here's what I would do if it was me. Okay, here's what I'm telling you what I would do. I would say, please highlight in the policy language where you can deny coverage in the future if I move in with my mother. Are you providing care right now?
Yes, I am.
And you're being paid for it, right?
Yes, through her long-term care insurance.
Right, I understand that. And now if you move in, they're going to discontinue payment. Is that right?
That's what they're saying, yes.
Okay, well, then you have to say to them, I plan someday in the future to move in with my mother. I want to know the policy language that will allow you to discontinue coverage. Now, here's the next words you must say carefully. This is what I would do. If you cannot and refuse to provide coverage, I will seek an attorney for bad faith. Just, Todd, do me a favor and get back to me after you send that to them. Here's what you're asking. Please highlight the policy language that forbids me from moving in with her and still getting coverage. If you cannot, I will seek an attorney for a bad faith lawsuit. I promise you that if they cannot show you in the policy, they will not. That it is ridiculous for them to say, well, it's our internal policy. Insurance is not predicated on internal. What if they had an internal policy that you couldn't be related to the caregiver at all? What if they had that?
Right.
You don't know. Well, you don't know about their internal policy. Brad O'Brien, as an attorney, I mean, that sounds ridiculous in and of itself. He has a policy. The policy language should dictate coverage. If they say to him, it doesn't because we have an internal policy different than that, well, that's ridiculous. I'm just talking about on a legal premise.
Yeah,
Go ahead, sir.
That's really unusual because insurance policies are very long usually and have a lot of exclusionary language already in there.
That's right.
But good enough.
Exactly. So is there anything that you can read in that policy, like not in that section you're reading, but in the exclusions?
Yeah, I even talked to, I had a few people, one gal I was talking to, and she was looking through the policy, and I said, well, go ahead and call me back if you want to. She called me back and said, well, I took it to somewhere else because I couldn't find the information in the policy. And then this other person finally called me back and said it's on their internal part. And the one caveat that possibly they're standing on is in this same section. It says a family member can, however, provide care services covered by this policy if pre-approved by us, which I have been pre-approved.
You're right.
And I'm not living in a household. So therefore, like you're saying, I guess, be disapproved.
Well, here's the thing, Todd. You're already approved. Yeah. You're already getting payment. Right. The only thing that would change is that you move in with her. And if that's not in the policy, then they can't do it. You are not bound by their internal policy. You've already been approved. They can't approve. What are they going to say? Well, now we no longer approve him. Why? That is what bad faith is all about. Bad faith is when an insurance company construes a policy in their favor for no good reason.
Okay.
So, but you have to put it in these words, Todd. I'm telling you, I'm not giving you legal advice. I'm telling you what I would do. I would say, please highlight policy language that would remove coverage if I move in with her. If you cannot, and you deny coverage, I will seek legal counsel for a bad faith lawsuit. I'm telling you, please do it and get back to me. Will you do that? I really want you to get back to me on it. Whenever we have done that hack where we say to people, show us the policy language, then you put it on them to have to go through and highlight the policy, and they won't be able to. Thanks for calling. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Dawn, I have to take a break. Please hang on the line. We'll be back with more.
This is Denver's talk station with Tom Martino now. Michael Brown tomorrow morning at 6:30 KHOW Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by the Harlem Globetrotters.
Pretty easy driving throughout the Denver Metro. We had a brief accident through the downtown area, I-25 and northbound approaching 6th Avenue. Still seeing some gummed up traffic. Nothing too out of the ordinary for the afternoon commute. 6th Avenue eastbound, some stop and go on the off-ramp to I-25 southbound. Still dealing with a stalled semi I-25 southbound at 84th. The right shoulder blocked. Folks slowing down as they pass by. Looking at some slow traffic back from Thornton Parkway. With traffic, I'm Mark Swan.
This isn't just a game. It's a once-in-a-generation event. The Harlem Globetrotters 100-year tour. Come be a part of a legacy that never stops. Be there when history is made. The Harlem Globetrotters 100-year tour. Get your tickets today at harlemglobetrotters.com.
The Art of Granite.com will get you prices on the phone. Why? Because they know they have great deals. That's why they will willingly give you a price on the phone. All you have to do is call them with the scope of your project and what you want, whether it's granite or any natural stone or man-made material. Then if you agree on that price, they'll come out, template, and measure at your home. And 3 weeks later, install countertops. Tear out and haul away is always included, free of charge. 303-386-5919. Get your price. Have your new counters by Thanksgiving. 303-386-5919. Tell Barry I'm sorry I got calls, but I still will come to him. Okay. Thanks, man.
Okay, Barry, we're going to get to you as soon as possible, okay? He will get to you, so just hang on.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
Okay, hang on.
Galaxy Concrete Coatings works for any area like patios, garage floors, driveways, and around pools. It looks fantastic, and anybody that visits our house, that's all they want to talk about. I mean, they just can't believe how nice the garage floor looks. Click on GalaxyConcreteCoatings.com and remember to like us on Facebook. GalaxyConcreteCoatings.com. We are out of this world.
Getting your house ready to sell? Rely on the experience of Frank Duran, the real estate man.com. Does your home need repairs prior to selling? I have the experience and great local connections to help you determine which items are cost effective. We will detail which simple, easy steps you can make to enhance your home decor. I'm with you every step of the way. I'm consumer advocate Tom Martino, urging you to use Frank Duran, the real estate man.com with RE/MAX Alliance. 303-920-1622.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe even healthy, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-511-3535. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-511-3535. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-511-3535. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-511-3535. 800-511-3535.
It's monsoon season and maybe you've noticed something about your gutters. That they're not working because they're probably clogged with all sorts of disgusting stuff. So you got two options. Let the water run into your foundation and cause problems. Get a ladder and take it to clean them out. Or to get a gutter protection system that means you never have to clean your gutters again. It's the system I have on my home. And I never have to worry about foundation
Rapidly typing, though.
ladder depth. The best part is I never have to stick my hands in disgusting, goopy mess to clean them either. I mean, what is that? Is that a dead rat? You know that water in your foundation can lead to big problems, including flooding. So don't wait for the next big rainstorm, because right now Gutter Helmet is offering 30% off for my listeners. So go to gutterhelmetdenver.com. That's gutterhelmetdenver.com.
Oh, man.
To get 30% off the best gutter protection system in the world, in my opinion. And the best part, never clean your gutters again. Hey, Tom and Mandy sent you.
Another summer is ending, and you may have noticed that your energy is low, your workouts aren't as productive. Perhaps you aren't sleeping as well and feel foggy all the time.
Good afternoon, Tom Martino Show.
This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. If you're experiencing some or all of these symptoms, it's likely you have low testosterone. And if that's what's going on with you, don't wait. You need to call us at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and get treated for your low T. Because living with low testosterone is no way to live. With our low T treatment, if you're like most guys, your life could change considerably. Improved sleep, better energy, greater gains in the gym, better mental clarity, and your sex drive will likely improve as well. Plus, most men see these results in just a few weeks. So call us. Your initial visit is just $99 and includes PSA and T-test and a medical consult. And if you start on testosterone the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you.
Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Wow. Let's go to the phones real quick here. Barry Miller is the father of the buyer broker. He invented it. And he also came up with another plan called Vestera Turnkey. That's where he helps people become landlords through his research into hot real estate markets with a good economy where people can buy rentals, get strong rents, and then sell for profit. That's it in a nutshell. And they handle everything in between for you. And Barry, this weekend, I'll be there with you. What are you going to cover? Are you
Tom,
there?
we are going to cover, I'm here, thank you. We're going to cover how this happens, and that only takes 20 minutes, and then we're going to get right to real live events, pictures of what these homes look like, because it's hard to comprehend what a super good investment looks like in other states where the prices are not as high as ours. And we talk about the mechanics and the big returns, especially the big returns with extreme safety that every one of our customers is having. It's not like 1 in 20 or 1 in 100. 100% of our customers are having 30+% returns on an annualized basis.
Barry, I got some calls and concerns from people who say they feel that the economy is a little uncertain right now. So is it a good time for them to be doing this? And that's a fair question, Barry.
Very fair question. And there is, though, a very complete answer that I could give in less than 60 seconds. Our capitalism always has ups and downs. So it always appears that there's some rough roads in the economy. Why? Because there always is. So research tells us where those rough winds or where those rough hurdles are and how long they'll last. It's known because it's based on hundreds of millions of dollars of expenses going into new buildings. You know there's going to be a growth of population in those areas. So our extreme research breaks all the economy down and says, okay, now, and I'm talking now, September 2025, for the next year, 2 or 3, here are the strongest local and regional economies in the United States and why. And then we monitor that week after week after week. We never stop monitoring it because it does change in the United States. So we have the home run or hotspot markets that are solid now and will be solid 2 years or more from now.
All right. And people can find out more at mybiggestreturn.com. Barry, I got a bit of a criticism, and I want you to take this in the spirit which it's given. I had somebody tell me that they went to the website, mybiggestreturn.com, because they want to find out all about it and they want to show up. But they say that they didn't register and they don't want to register, but because they're not sure if they can make it or blah, blah, blah. Here's what I'm asking.
Yes.
Do you, and this is a really candid question. We didn't go over this or anything, but is there a way you can just tell people where we will be meeting in case they do want to drop by, or do you insist that they pre-register? And that's just a fair question.
It's a very fair question, and we have a strict answer, and we have to have the registration ahead of time because we are sharing borderline proprietary information, and through my career, I've had too many people in the finance world and real estate world try to come in and they steal the information.
Okay.
So we have to have it for security. Information security reasons. Very simple. I mean, we don't go through a security check, but that's the only reason we do it. But we've had problems in the past, and then those problems require lawyers, which requires money and time and attention on our part, and that takes us away from our customer focus. So that's the only reason we do it.
So you want people to pre-register because you have proprietary information that will be discussed, and you want to make sure, basically, you're not getting pirates.
Yeah. We've been ripped off. We've been pirated by some people who are in, I don't even like to say the industry because it's not reflective of the industry, but a real estate industry it is, and related to. And we chose not to go after an attorney, but we found them out, and they stopped and ceased and desisted what they were doing.
Okay, so if you want to learn about this proprietary information and about Vestera Turnkey, I will tell you that I'm part of it, and I've purchased homes. I'll purchase more. MyBiggestReturn.com, MyBiggestReturn.com. We got more coming right up.
Now, Impact Traffic.
From the Superstar Car Wash Traffic Center.
This report is sponsored by the Harlem Globetrotters.
Pretty easy driving throughout the Denver Metro. We had a brief accident through the downtown area, I-25 and northbound approaching 6th Avenue. Still seeing some gummed up traffic. Nothing too out of the ordinary for the afternoon commute. 6th Avenue eastbound, some stop and go on the off-ramp to I-25 southbound. Still dealing with a stalled semi I-25 southbound at 84th. The right shoulder blocked. Folks slowing down as they pass by, looking at some slow traffic back from Thornton Parkway. With traffic, I'm Mark Swan.
This isn't just a game. It's a once-in-a-generation event. The Harlem Globetrotters 100-year tour. Come be a part of a legacy that never stops. Be there when history is made. The Harlem Globetrotters 100-year tour. Get your tickets today at harlemglobetrotters.com.
Joe Lazara is a criminal defense attorney I hope you never need. In fact, John Fuller is a personal injury attorney I hope you never need. So these two attorneys I hope you never need. Joe Lazara, criminal defense. Need I say more? If you're ever in trouble and need an attorney, the last thing you want to do is shop at the last minute, give a retainer to someone you don't know, someone you haven't checked out. I've done the shopping for you. Joe Lazara, Lazzara. I'm not going to sit in judgment. I'm just going to tell you, if you need an attorney, you're in a fix, Joe Lazara. You can find him at referralist.com or call him, and you'll get free initial consultations and then a flat rate fee. 303-429-6200. 429-6200. John Fuller, another guy I hope you never need, but I do know this. If you're in an accident with injuries and you want to talk to someone, you can talk to John Fuller. You ask right at the first call, can I talk to John? You can ask all of the questions you have about your personal injury and your auto accident. That's what he confines his expertise to, auto accidents with injuries. So if you want to talk to him, 303-597-4500. Never an injury too small or too large. If you're in an accident and need help, call him. Free information. When you hire him, you'll get his cell phone and you can continue that personal communication. 303-597-4500.
Do you?
Oh, God, I always run out of time. Fuck. Am I going to have any time coming back?
About 3 minutes.
Oh,
two and a half
good,
minutes.
good. Just one poor guy, man. Just fucking. Okay.
That's not going to happen.
For balance issues, call Front Range Medical Center for a nerve damage screening. The first 10 callers will receive a free nerve damage screening, which includes consultation and evaluation, valued at $245. Call Front Range Medical Center at 708-223-0784. That's 708-223-0784. For nerve damage screening.
Last December passed a huge special assessment.
Look, your body's unique.
Recently, recently I read the sheets. They did it in a way that George Bell said that units that don't vote at all will be counted as stroke special assessment. That's what they said. That's what they did. That is how it's done. Yeah. Okay, so is special assessment the same as a budget?
You still got it. Your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are key parts of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response.
But no, I
Ask
didn't
your
get
doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This is the story of the one who custodial supervisor at a high school. He knows that during cold and flu season, the germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Granger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs.
There's some
From
propositions.
tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Electric rates are up. You need Red Rock Solar with all sales, installation, and service.
Right, yeah, that part.
To yourself, that's
Covered, locally owned, veteran-owned, more than 35 years combined experience.
About 1%.
Company guarantee activation date, or they pay you for lost energy. Battery backup, auxiliary generators, 303-704-2449, 704-2449.
Board members of the church. Yeah. I thought for sure my declaration said that the majority of the voters
Special assessments depends on the bylaws. Sometimes they leave it up to 3/4 of the board or a certain number of votes. I remember when I was doing subdivisions, we didn't leave it to the membership because memberships would almost always turn down assessments. We left it to the board. Yeah, and also we made a super majority for certain things because it was unfair to buyers on covenants.
It's the fastest 2 hours in talk radio, aiming to cut through the clutter and wash out the white noise of the mainstream media. The only missing ingredient is you. Join me each day of the work week, starting at 2 here on 630 KHAL.
I just happen to know that from subdivision. Hey, Tom Martino here. Welcome. Dawn, tell me about the possible scam. What's going on? Dawn.
Okay, so a couple years ago, my mom's Facebook got hacked. And
Yes.
She tried to dispute it with Facebook, and Facebook said, "Oh no, you're not the owner. The other person is." So they wouldn't let. So she has no access to her Facebook. Well, over the last few months, the person using her Facebook is selling stuff on Facebook, taking money for it, and not providing anything that they paid for.
Uh-oh.
So now they're
And are they blaming your mom for that?
Yes. And so then they're reaching out to all the family members that were tied to that original Facebook and reporting her, and now she's got all kinds of people messaging her
Uh-oh.
and trying to get a hold of her, and they're wanting to press charges against her for stealing money from them.
Oh
But
my
we can't
God.
get
So wait a
access
minute.
back. Yeah.
I got a lot of questions and I might have to bring you back tomorrow. Here's what I need to know to begin with. First of all, a few years ago, her Facebook account was hacked. But since that time, was the hacker still operating as her?
Yes, and still today she is, because I got another call this morning from Facebook.
But
or somebody
how
called me
how
from
would the
Facebook
hacker,
Messenger.
let me ask you this, how would the hacker still use that page, especially when she doesn't know the friends, she doesn't know the family? I'm assuming the hacker is a female, it could be a male, but how would the hacker, what did the hacker do for these few years they were on there if they weren't selling stuff? What were they doing? Were they posting photos? What were they doing?
No, there hasn't been anything uploaded to her Facebook since 23.
And then all of a sudden,
no, they've been doing it through the marketplaces, so it's not showing on the Facebook. She can't get into it because Facebook told my mom.
okay, you hold on. Let's get her back on. Hold on. I want to get her back tomorrow. This is fascinating. I'm Tom Martino. Don't forget, Brad O'Brien, when he's not here, 720-370-7388, olslaw.com. And always, you can call me at 303-MARTINO for help, information, and referrals. See you guys.
Clear, buddy.
All right, man. Thank you.
Follow Tom Martino at Real Tom.
Okay.